Good morning and welcome to the Possibility Mom Business Summit Day 2. It is an amazing Saturday over here. And of course, as you know, it ain't no party like a Lisa Canning party without a little bit of dancing. But because it is morning, because it is fully morning, we're going to do the chair version of the welcome to the Possibility Mom Business Summit dance. And so let me get this song queued up and we are going to have fun. And I'm going to just lead you through a super fast dance in our chairs. Are you ready? Okay, so I call this move I'm still waking up. So just like push your arms to the corners of your screen. Do it again. Go this way. I'm still waking up. I call this move the prepping my coffee cup move. Ready? Prep. This makes no sense. Prep your coffee. Prep your coffee. Prep your coffee. That makes no sense. Give yourself a little stretch. What I wanted to do was drink my coffee, but I realized I could not do that because it would be hot and spill everywhere. Let's do a little shoulder action. Just give me a little. See, I'm wearing the ruffle for your viewing pleasure. To the other side. I was a collegiate cheerleader all through, or for my first couple years of college, and so that's where this comes from. And just like stretch it out. I know it might be early. You might have kids in front of the TV. It's all good in the head. I'm so happy to be here with you on the Possibility Mom Business Summit. Alrighty, let us take our seats. Tell me in the chat, where are you tuning in from? What is in your coffee this morning? I'm so excited to spend some time with you. It's going to be a great day today. Alrighty. So a few things just to remind us, if you are joining me for the first time today, a big warm welcome. And I want to remind you that you can grab your free ticket and access to almost 40 interviews by going on over to the possibilitymomconference.com, where you can access incredible interviews. And we're going to show you a few clips of some of them today. You're going to meet some of the women today. I've got a couple special guests up my sleeve today for you from the interview. So you definitely want to go over to the possibilitymomconference.com and grab access to all of those. The best place to watch this live, you might be watching this on Facebook, you might be watching this on YouTube. If you've stumbled over there, I want to invite you actually to come and join me at the possibilitymomconference.com/live, because we've got some fun interactive content there, some polls, some places where you can contribute to this like word cloud that we have built. It's a really fun little platform. So if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you're welcome to stay there. But if you want to come on over and join me at the possibilitymomconference.com/live, I invite you to do so. I want to invite you to join me into my Facebook group. Just search the Possibility Mom Success Circle on Facebook. And my darling husband, he's my, what role did we give you last night, Josh? What did we say? Overlord. Oh my goodness. Stream director. I don't know. Anyway, so Joshua, can you do me a favor? I'll be talking to him sometimes. We like to keep it really casual. Joshua, can you do me a favor? 100%. There's a bunch of people I haven't let into the group. So can you hack my, get in there, let them all in, and then let them know that unfortunately the stream didn't make it to them. So to come on over to the possibilitymomconference.com/live. If at any point during the day there is something that you are just really struck by, that you really want to share with a friend, share in your feed, share in your stories, I want to invite you to use the hashtag the Possibility Mom Business Summit. And I am following along there. Tag me on Instagram at Lisa Canning so that I can hear and see you. And of course, I would love to invite you to share this with a friend. Last night, so many of you popped into my inbox and let me know how this conference has been touching you. And I am so grateful. It has been just such a thrill. Last night, there were a lot of highlights for me. And I went, if you follow me on Instagram, just go on over at Lisa Canning on Instagram. And I did a video, an IGTV, just a really quick reaction to day one. And just really briefly, I want to share with you why I'm so excited about this summit, why this summit means so much to me. And it really is just that I feel deeply compelled to help women live out their authentic call as designed by God. I think when we fight it, nothing happens, meaning we don't become the person that we are meant to be. And can you make good progress? Can you do good things without following the will of God in your life, without involving God in your transformation? Certainly you can. I don't think anyone would say, or like if I look back on my own life, I mean, at my experience when I really wasn't following God's will, it's not like I was doing, well, I could refute what I was just about to say, but what I was going to say is like, it's not like I was doing harm or I was doing bad, but I was harming my family in the process. But anyway, go back to day one's video and watch the stream where I share my story of my own struggle with work-life balance, my own struggle with following my dreams within motherhood, because I really paint the picture of what was really challenging for me. But my point is that certainly you can make progress, you can make impact. But when you involve God in your life, when you discern exactly what you are meant to do, when you discern how you are meant to use your gifts and your talents and do that in the context of work family integration and an integrated way of living, I really believe incredible things happen. And one of those incredible things can be the accumulation of wealth for impact. I think wealth gets a bad rap, and that's one of the things that we are going to be unpacking really specifically today on the Possibility Mom Business Summit. We are going to be talking about why I think many women, especially in faith-based circles, have a challenge with the idea of building wealth. And we're going to talk about what you can do about it instead, because the reality is that we have a society where money is exchanged. You can't refute that. Unless you live somewhere else where money is not part of your economy, money is something that we simply have to accept. There's an amazing quote: when we argue, and forgive me, I can't remember who said it, but when we argue with reality, you don't win. And it is just a reality that money is a tool that we use for exchange. And if we can view it with that neutrality and then think about it more from a place of, well, how can I be abundant with my money? How can I use it to give and to change? And we're going to be sharing some incredible stories about that, and some incredible stories later on today of women who had similar shifts in their thinking about the accumulation, or the creation, that's a better way to say it, the creation of wealth, and what good it could do later on in our program today. Today, we're also going to be doing some coaching, because what I knew to be true in my own story was that if we can't change our thoughts, it doesn't matter the action steps I give you. And I said this last night, but I want to say it again. I can show you the world. I'm going to get copyright infringement. Yeah, don't. My husband's like, don't sing anymore. You're going to get a copyright infringement. When I could show you every single step of how to run a business. I could teach you, and I do teach. I have an event called the Personal Branding Bootcamp where I teach the literal steps A to Z, where I show you screen by screen how you can create a business online. I could give you all the steps. But if your thoughts are telling you the creation of wealth is bad, the creation of wealth makes me bad, the creation of wealth somehow will make me greedy, selfish, not holy, the creation of a business will somehow pull me away from my family, the creation of my business will make me a bad mom, bad wife, bad homemaker, bad everything, guess what's going to happen? You're probably not going to do anything at all. And let me know in the comments if you can understand this paralysis. And maybe, Josh, we can throw up a poll or some kind of a question on that. Do you struggle with limiting beliefs? And what are they? What limiting beliefs do you have about starting a business? And what are those limiting beliefs? Because today is so much about limiting beliefs. And it's an interesting word, limiting beliefs. I had heard it for the first time when I was getting into my personal development journey. And I mean, it's not like a newfound word. Like I'm sure you've heard it before. But I think limiting beliefs, like they're not just a whole bunch of lists of like phrases. And so again, we could kind of change the way we're wording it. But what a limiting belief is a thought. That's all it is. It's a thought that you have about a situation. And what is so important to remember is that it's not our situations that dictate our interior peace. It's not our situations that bring about happiness, freedom, joy. It can be tempting to think that, but I think it's logical to that you can agree with me. Think of people who date the same kind of person over and over again, only to be like unhappy. Or think of people in your life maybe who go from job to job and there's always something about the job that is frustrating. It's like, oh, the commute was terrible, so I had to change. Oh, my boss was terrible, so I had to change. Oh, the job was terrible, I have to change. Oh, the pay was terrible, I had to change, right? Now, we're going to be getting to this a little bit later. It's not like changing our circumstances doesn't change our life. Absolutely. For example, when we renovated our home, Josh shared the story yesterday of how we did a major renovation on a home we lived in Toronto. It was hugely impactful on our life. And certainly it made us like the ease of our life was better. Another example I have is when we got a full-time nanny. That was something that I talked about yesterday on the stream. That finally, with 6 kids in, just the laundry was accumulating, the dishes were accumulating, and we just were like, we really need more full-time help. And I remember when she came on her first day, P.S., her name is Princess, and I love you, Princess, and I miss you so much. She became such a member of the family. I'll never forget the first day she came. I had just had my 6th baby, James. And I had been so used to holding the baby and running around like just a maniac. Like, oh my gosh, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this, holding the baby, feeling like I was literally standing on a Bozu ball, juggling 1,000 things in the air, wearing high heels at the same time. There's a Jim Gaffigan joke that I love. It's like, what's it like to, I can't remember the context, but it's like you're treading water and someone hands you a baby. That's sometimes what life feels like, right? And so I really just what I remember doing that with the baby. Princess took the baby from me and said, "Why don't you just sit down and finish your breakfast?" She had noticed my breakfast was getting cold because I was running around doing 1,000 things. And I remember sitting down and eating my eggs and drinking my coffee, and it was still hot. And I just remember being like, I am never taking this for granted. I am never complaining about being busy again. Couple weeks go by. What do you think happened to me? I went right back into whole old habits. right back into old habits of, oh, I'm just so busy. Oh, I'm so busy. How are you, Lisa? I'm so busy. Like, I had changed my circumstances dramatically, but I had not changed my thoughts around being or feeling busy. And this is why it is so important to pay attention to our thoughts. It's so important that we pay attention to our thoughts. And so, what I'm calling this segment this morning, oh, and I want to remind you, please ask a bunch of questions in the chat because this is why it's my favorite way to produce content live and in real time. My favorite way. And so, what I'm calling this segment this morning, before we bring on an incredible special guest, is how to take action even when you're scared. And it's a really important thing to unpack because what this speaks to is a thought. Being scared is a thought. I know that could sound like funny. What do you mean it's a thought? No, it's like a feeling. It produces the feeling, yes, of being terrified, paralyzed, afraid, but it begins with a thought. And it's something to acknowledge that all of our feelings are actually caused by thoughts. It can be tempting to think it's the other way around. No. I feel sad, so I'm thinking, so then it's producing more thoughts of sadness, like this, more thoughts that will bring more sadness. But the reality is, it's the other way around. And how do we know this to be true? There are people in life who love roller coasters. Let me know. Let me know in the comments if you're one of those people. I'm not one of those people. My husband could ride roller coasters all day long and think it's like the best thing in the universe. You could not pay me. Like, you could not pay me to do to ride a roller coaster. I have all these memories of my mom at Canada's Wonderland. For my fellow Ontarians, my fellow Toronto peeps. Canada's Wonderland was an amusement park, and she would literally stand there with her amazing Filipino umbrella. Filipinos, you know. I know you know. So she'd be standing there with her umbrella, holding all our bags, like holding her bag, all of our backpacks, all of our things, all the water bottles, all the coats. And she'd just be standing there, and she would stand there for like 45 minutes holding all our stuff while we would ride after ride. Mom, I love you. Thanks for doing that. But my point is, there are people who view a roller coaster, and some people love it, some people hate it. There are people who think it's so fun and thrilling to do things that are like dangerous or adventurous, like skydiving or any other sort of adventure sports. I'm not really one of them. And then to take things a little bit more from a more somber note, what Viktor Frankl talks about in his book Man's Search for Meaning as a clinical therapist was that he observed how people reacted to the very grim reality of a concentration camp. But what he argues or observes in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, which I, by the way, think is a essential reading for all. I read it about once a year. He talks about how it was the people who had hope who were more likely to survive. And the people who gave up hope, who said, okay, I'm going to be rescued by Christmas. I'm going to be rescued by Christmas. And then were not rescued. They were the ones more likely to perish. And so, one of the things that I have now been taught as a Catholic trained mindset coach is something called the thought trajectory model. And I'm going to just draw it out for us right here, right now. And it goes as follows: that we have a circumstance in life, right? There's a circumstance in our life. And so let's just say starting a business. That is a circumstance. And it is a neutral thing. It's a neutral position. This concept is just like it's just reality. There's no sugarcoating it. It's actually where we just say there's no opinion about it, right? But we have thoughts about a circumstance. So let's just say your circumstance is starting a business. And the thought that you have might be, I have no time. Now, why is I have no time a thought opposed to the circumstance? Because you could argue, no. I have no time is reality, right? But this goes back to what I was talking about when we got a full-time nanny. It was simply not the reality that I had no time because my distribution of time had shifted dramatically. But I had thoughts around time that made me feel, let's call it discouraged. Okay. And when I would feel discouraged, it would have me act in ways that, to be very frank, were kind of like self-sabotage. So I would, oh my gosh, I do this way, and I realize how much I don't know how to spell. How do you spell sabotage? Sabotage. GE. Self-sabotage. So meaning I would just be like, no, there's no way. Like I would be given like a client or an assignment or something, and I'd be like, no way I can do that. I have no time. And I would procrastinate, do it at the last minute, turn my house into disarray because I did it at the last minute. And then sabotage. Sabotage. Thank you. And the result would be no progress. I sabotage the spelling of the word sabotage. The result is no progress. And so what do we do instead? We don't change the circumstance, although it can help us, right? But like I shared with my example of getting our nanny, changing the circumstance didn't help me. I still had the thoughts around that I have no time. Instead, we change the thought. And changing the thought is what changes our lives. This concept, the life coach school calls this the model, which is where my mindset coach was trained in, and they've adapted it for their Catholic coaches and called it the thought trajectory model. It changed my life because it helped me to show my clients that there can be a completely different way to approach your reality. It helped me to self-coach myself and show myself, well, wait a minute, is what you're thinking just a thought? And I want to give you a practical example related again to this topic of how do you take action even when you're scared? Because I think, when I listen to other, conferences like this, especially from a more secular point of view. And P.S., I am of the belief that there's a lot that we can learn from secular sources. But I would hear, just do it. Like, just do it. You can just do it. But here's the problem with the word just do it. And again, hear me out. Just do it is a fine phrase. It's not, like there are lots of things in life that we just have to do. But it requires willpower. And willpower is a finite resource. Everybody write that one down. Willpower is a finite resource. And when I was writing my own book, The Possibility Mom, I think up until that time, I believed that everything was about willpower. I kind of was just like, no, you just like, I don't understand why people don't do things. Like, you just have to sit down and do it. Like, that was my mindset. And I kind of didn't really I didn't have the awareness, the personal awareness to be like, oh, maybe you're hardwired for achievement, Lisa. And so it's like natural for you to achieve. But perhaps it's not how everyone in the world is wired. And so, like I talked about with my husband, Josh, last night, that was a really difficult thing for me to accept in marriage, that he and I were inherently hardwired differently, but that was not bad. And so I really just, it is, as Pilar, I see your comment here that you're not one of them that I believe you're talking about the willpower comment maybe I just made. It's just, it is simply not going to work for everyone to say, just do it. And, I want to really quickly just show you the timeline of my own life here. And I see this comment over here on Slido, about how it is like a roller coaster. Forgive me, I'm looking for it, guys. Looking for it. Is it in Slido, hun?
She's responding to the roller coaster question. Do you like it? Or you want it?
Oh, you're responding to roller coaster. Okay, very good. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, Pilar, you and me both. Okay, so I wanted to share with you really quickly the timeline of my own life, my own coaching journey. So if you were with me yesterday, you heard that I was a interior designer for many, many years. And I was very happy doing it, but I definitely wasn't involving God in the story of my life. I mean, I was, but in very isolated pockets. I was like, God, you can have my fertility. How about that? I'll give you that part of me, but a whole bunch of other parts, no, thank you. I just don't really want your involvement. And my career was one of those pockets. And so I fought him for a long time about what I was really meant to do with my life. Eventually, I had my minivan meltdown moment, and then started to realize, like, gosh, you really don't want me to live a life that's this miserable. But I had all of these labels, I had all of these boxes that I had put myself in up until that period. And so didn't really allow for any other version of success. Moving forward to the next sort of phase in my life, I went on this very long journey of exploration that taught me or led me to write my book, The Possibility Mom, and eventually transition my interior design business to a coaching business, helping other moms to find the freedom and the time that I had newly had turned the page on. Had a completely different lens on. But then I started to notice something about my coaching. And it was, basically I had written my book. I was pulling from many different sources. And it was interesting to observe that some of my clients would make progress, but other clients would stay in the exact same spot. And again, this is what I come to know as 100% true. Skills, right? If we draw a little line, put a little tick in the middle, skills. Like I said earlier, I can teach you all the skills. But if you have a thought that tells you, no, this is the way someone should behave. No, this is the box that I want to stay in and be in, and I'm way comfortable in. If you have a thought like, I have no time, no amount of skills I teach you are actually going to matter. And so my answer to the question that I started today off in is, how do you make progress? How do you take action even when you're scared? Is you examine the thought. You examine your thought. There's something I've been taught as a coach to interrogate the thought. Some of the questions I ask my clients, and if you come back here at around 10:30, I'm going to be live coaching to beautiful women using this methodology live and in real time. And you're going to witness how I interrogate the thought. And it's questions like, well, is this 100% true? Is this true 100% of the time? Is this, would I want anyone else to believe this? Would I want to lead anyone else in this way? And if the answers are no, which they probably are, that is a thought. And again, just coming back over to here, what I had learned to be true was that I was coaching people mainly in the action line, mainly in the area of here are all the steps. And guess what? We need the steps. Y'all, we need the steps. You can't run a business without some steps. Like, you can try, but I'll just be honest with you, it's not going to be as strategic. There are certain things, like, for example, when you set up a business website, there are certain things on the back end that you might just not know that would be so helpful to do, like setting up a Facebook pixel, ensuring that you have the correct, it's called metadata on the back end of your website, ensuring there are things called tags on your photos that so that your page can come up in Google. You might not know these things if you don't have coaching in the A line. Okay. But again, I can give you the steps. I can give you the encyclopedia. I can literally give you access to every online course I have ever purchased for myself personally. I can let you in the doors of my signature training program and have you take it all. But if you are thinking, I have no time, or if you are thinking, there's no way I can do this, no amount of steps, no amount of coaching in the steps is going to help. What do you think about that, guys? Let me know in the comments. Is this challenging to you? Do you agree with me? Pilar, I see your comment here. It's so true what you're saying about willpower, the knowledge that has been liberating for me. Amazing. And I see over in our poll on Slido, if you're watching this on the Possibility Mom Conference /live, I've got some limiting beliefs over here. Meeting yourself or spouse expectations. Time is a big limiting belief. And the selling mindset. Maybe it's like selling might be annoying, or selling might be evil, or just an inconvenience to other people, or is going to turn people away. Alrighty. So, one of the things that I was noticing as my coaching practice was evolving was this notion of labels. And the labels that my clients and people in my DMs and all the people all the people everywhere, including myself, to be, if I'm being again very honest and vulnerable with all of you, were these labels of this is how a mom should behave. And I think in faith-based circles, the faith-based circle that I'm in is a Catholic mom. I'm around Catholic moms of all kinds. There can be labels that we have grown up with, that this is what it looks like to be a Catholic mom. This is what it looks like to raise a Catholic family. This is what it looks like to homeschool. This is what it looks like not to homeschool, and so on and so forth. But there comes to a point, there comes a point in our life, it's usually in adulthood, maybe for you it's earlier, but I think especially when you have your own family, there comes a point where you're starting to ask yourself the question of, but wait a minute, is this what not only do I want, but is this what I am called to? And that is why I am so excited to bring to the Possibility Mom Business Summit someone who has influenced my thoughts and someone who is influencing the thoughts of many as a professor of philosophy, a professor of the litany of things this woman has taught is kind of amazing. And more recently, she has taught a course called The Philosophy of Motherhood at Ave Maria University. And we had a conversation on my podcast, and will put this in the chat, Josh, if you'd be so kind to just grab that podcast with Dr. Bradenbach, that stirred so much conversation. I believe it is my most popular downloaded podcast, because we explore exactly these topics. The podcast was called Can Catholic Motherhood and Career Ambition Coexist? And so I am delighted to bring to the Possibility Mom Business Summit, Dr. Janice Bradenbach. Welcome.
Hi, Lisa.
How
Thanks
are
so
you?
much for having me. Great.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is super exciting. I just have to say, to be live on here with you again.
Oh.
And for this occasion, I mean, it's just stupendous. So thank you so much.
Stupendous. You're so cute. I love your academic words. So, um, you know, I could read a litany of things to introduce you, but if you'd be so
Please
kind,
don't.
just give us a very brief introduction of how you got to where you are teaching courses like the philosophy of motherhood.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I love what you're saying about sort of, being aware of our thoughts, right? And including like the thoughts that are self-sabotaging, the thoughts that are, I mean, I would say, right, not necessarily from God, actually, right? And I mean, I think like the psychology research has like well documented, by the way, right, that women are more prone to these sorts of like self-defeating thoughts than men for whatever reason, right? But I mean, it's so much of this is serendipity, right? To use another, I mean, I don't, right? But like just like a kind of like for like like I mean, things just happen, right? I mean, and to be open to the grace of that. I mean, I never envisioned that I would be a professor, actually. So I always thought, okay, like my life path, like I would love to be a mom. I knew that. I would love to write. I knew that. I never thought I would be in front of like large groups of people, right? I have 100 students this semester, so I'm in front of 100 people like several times a week now, right? And I love it, and I never thought I would actually. And I really do love. I mean, I think that philosophy it's not just about like thinking, but it's also thinking about one's thoughts, right? Like having this kind of self-reflectiveness that you're talking about, actually. So there's something absolutely, I think, natural about philosophy. I know like sometimes people are like, what is philosophy, right? But I mean, really, it's just like being able to sort of self-examine, right, ourselves.
Amazing.
So like Plato says, the self-examined life is not worth living, right? And I mean, I think a lot of what you're doing in coaching is exactly this kind of self-examination. And without it, I mean, I think it is fair to say like, what's the point, right? So I
Mhm.
mean, I think like the way that I think a lot of like my really like pleasure, right, in teaching is this, seeing it as an opportunity to help, young people especially, right, sort of in this point of their life, like they're all like discerning their vocations, whether the supernatural as well as the professional, right? Like they're all wondering like, what am I going to do, right, after graduation. And right, it's such a great opportunity actually to reach these people at this age, right, and to help them develop really the habit of self-examination that helps us throughout our life, whether we have the roller coaster or not, right, of life. Which but like that's the thing. It's like who knows, right, what life is going to bring, like whether it's going to be a roller coaster or whether it's going to be a kiddie ride, right?
Yeah.
Like like to have the right habit, right, is going to help us prepare for that. So anyway, I see that as like what philosophy is able to do. And then yeah, the philosophy of motherhood class is just so much fun to teach. Actually, it's the most enjoyable class I've ever taught. And yeah, we talk a lot about these questions about family and work and right, the identity of a woman, the identity of a mother, whether these things are equivalent, and um, just questions about vocation, really, questions about femininity, right, sex differences, and things like this. So
Yeah, and I really want to encourage people to check out the podcast that we recorded together because it's a really good one. And where a lot of people resonated with was towards the end where we talk about the boxes. So let's start right there. I think boxes is a philosophical thing, and let me know in the comments. First of all, what questions have you got for Dr. Janice Bradenbach? But what boxes have you put yourself in? So let me give you some examples of some of the boxes that I feel myself sometimes, and that my clients and people who interact with me on Instagram absolutely echo. Well, a one box is you're a stay-at-home mom, and that comes with a set of expectations. Another
right.
box might be you're a working mom, and
Mhm,
that comes with a set of expectations.
mhm.
A box might be you're a devout Catholic mom, and that comes with a set of
Yeah.
expectations. You're a traditional Catholic mom, and that comes with a set of expectations. And so on and so forth. And you could insert the phrases like girl boss, I'm more academic, so I wouldn't do that. You could insert whatever kind of label you want. So, what is the problem with boxes?
Yeah, I mean, all of us grew up with them, right? I mean, all of us who, have parents who maybe impose like certain expectations, right, for like how we should sort of fulfill our life vocation, grow up in the first place with that. I went to I went to Princeton, right, as I mentioned last time on your show, where really like the women are under a lot of pressure to, carry the mantle of feminism, right? And that means like, don't you dare think about getting married, right? Sort of, out of college or even, a few years after that, right? Until you've like settled into your career first, right? So, I mean, yeah, and these are like the pretty, sort of obvious boxes that we would expect, right, from the secular sort of world. But I mean, there are also boxes that, as you mentioned, right, like the Catholic mom, the traditional Catholic mom, where it's just expected that to be a Catholic mom means that it's completely incompatible to be a Catholic mom and to work, right. And I've gotten both that, right. So yeah, I mean, you're right that like the boxes mean that, right, when someone finds out I'm Catholic and I'm serious about my faith, right, it's a little bit weird, right. It may be a little bit weird to them that like I also work, right, as a professor, right. And then on the other side, right, when I was when I've been in like these secular environments, right, where they find out to their surprise that not only am I a professional, but I'm also a mom, right, then it's kind of like unthinkable that I don't put my child in daycare, or that, that I actually like enjoy working from home. Right. And that's just me. Like I actually enjoy like finding the integration of that life. I like to be home. I like to, I mean, probably, maybe more than some other people, but like I like to have like the bread, like the dough rising as I'm like doing some other things, right? And like prepping for a class or like working on my book, actually, right? And I like to see the integration of that. But yeah, I mean, I think what's so shameful and sad about these boxes is that it's so boring. I mean, it's just boring, right? I mean, like no one really wants to live in a world where everyone's doing exactly the same thing, right? But I mean, I think people are afraid of, variety, actually, right? They're afraid of like meeting someone else who does things a little bit differently, who's successful in a little bit, in a different way, right? Young people always want to know like, what's the path, right? Like, how did this other person do it? How did Jordan Peterson like get to where he is, right? Like, I have to follow like that path. And the truth is that probably the most successful people, like, they follow their own path, right? They did this like kind of self-analysis. They were self-reflective about their own strengths, right? About, right, the interplay. If we're Catholic, right, then it's the interplay really of grace and nature. And that's going to have like a different dynamic and a different manifestation in all of our lives, right? In each of our lives. It's not going to look the same for everyone, right? So like the shame about the boxes is that someone may think that they're, right, being a good Catholic mom, right, even, right, in following a box, but actually what they're doing is not heeding like the voice of God. Like, if I may put it so bluntly, right? I mean, because God may be calling someone to be, to something that they're just not willing to listen to. In, right, wanting to like stick so firmly to like, right, the restriction of the box for
Mhm.
whatever reasons, right, out of anxiety, out of fear, right, of like stepping out, doing something new. I mean, I think, the question of business, right, as a form of work, right, and entrepreneurship is like really key here, because it does require us to be bold, right? It requires a lot more boldness to be self-employed. um, right? Like, I mean, we're like really into wine, and a wine we recently drank, like the winemaker wrote on the bottle, like, this is the first vintage that I made when I was self-employed and scared as hell, basically, right? Like, this was right, because like this guy like quit his job, like at a traditional like business, in a traditional company, to start his own winemaking business. And to be self-sufficient in that way is not really just to be self-sufficient, it's to say to God, right, I'm depending on you now, right? And not like some boss, right, to like pay my salary, right? And
Wow.
there's this kind of openness. There's this openness that's like really terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. So like the boxes feel safer, right? You can be safe in a box.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm very visual. Dr. Janice. And so
Thank you.
I've drawn out a little diagram, if you will. Okay. So if this is like what we're talking about, the labels, okay. So box, 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 and whatever label you want. And because that was my story. I had a
Yeah.
total box of
Yeah.
success is money, prestige, interior design,
Right.
fancy. And it was very narrow, my box. What could fit inside that box was very narrow.
Mhm.
And then, as you articulated, there's like this line we have to jump over, which is fear that if we go out of the box, it's going to be okay. There's
Yeah.
going to be, and
Yeah.
then there's this step of dependence on God. So I'm
Right.
curious. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know if you're visual like I am, but
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
if you had to like draw a shape for down here. So once we've jumped out of the box and we've crossed the threshold of fear, and then we've come to this little place, this terrain of
Yeah.
dependence on God and discernment, of course, asking him, well, what do you want for my
Yeah.
life? What
Yeah.
would you say the shape is down here? If the
There's no
box,
shape. That's the problem. I think you've got it right. You don't have a shape down there. Like,
no shape.
problem, like, it's not, there's no there's like no definition, right? And that's the point, is like God is not defined, right? He's not definable in some sense, right? Actually, like, we can't define him. We can say like some things about him, but like the philosophers say, we can't say everything about him, right? And if it's true that we really depend on God, then yeah, like we are stepping out of a box into kind of like not nothingness, but mystery, right? Like a mystery, a mysterious, right, kind of future and shape. That means, okay, like people who are, people who like to have control, like they're gonna have problems with this, right? But like so much of like this is like what makes the difference, right, between like the Christian business person and the non-Christian business person, right? It's like I think you're right. Like we want strategy, we want right skills, we want right self-analysis, and we need the tools, right? But then we also need this other prong, right, that we call faith, which isn't just like lip service, and it doesn't just like sound good, and it doesn't just make us feel good all the time. In fact, it can make us feel downright confused and lost sometimes because, right? I mean, God is mystery, and if we depend on him, then we have to be willing to open ourselves up to the mystery of life, right? And the unknowable sort of aspect of what it is to be, someone who is Catholic, but also, engaged in enterprise, right? That's entrepreneurial, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that
Oh, I love it. So when we talk about fear, because I can hear the people in the back who are saying, well, isn't fear real? And isn't fear sometimes helpful?
Yeah,
And I do think
yeah,
fear is sometimes helpful.
yeah,
Okay, so let's
definitely.
just
I
say,
agree. Yeah,
so what I'd love to just hear your thoughts on, because this is all fascinating and really fun. And I love the point you're making about there's no shape. Like, let's not even give it a shape. Let's like forget about the box. There's no shape at all. But what happens when you have real fear? So for example, I got to pay my bills. Who's going to watch my child? Who's going to raise my child? Who's going to influence my child if I'm not around? How
right.
do you discern the steps, or how do you grow in this dependence on God when maybe you still have one foot in the,
Yeah,
like, what are some practical things that we can do while we are discerning jumping out of the box, maybe with one foot still kind of hanging in the back? You know what I mean?
yeah, sure. Yeah, no, that's the really hard question. I mean, if I may use an example just from motherhood,
Mm,
right? I mean, I would say like motherhood is almost like defined by a kind of fear, actually, right? That often alternates between being fear that is necessary, right? Like if a mother like didn't fear for her child,
right.
right? Like she would actually be a kind of a bad mother, right? Like
Mhm.
she would be someone who like doesn't attend, is a bit neglectful, really, right? And in psychology, they say that's obviously like not a good parenting strategy, right? Um, but there is a kind of fear too that can be sort of overbearing, right? And there's something interesting about being a mother in that like we are being asked all the time to change along with the child who's like changing so dramatically, right? Like children, right? The number one refrain that you hear from people when you have a child is they grow up so quickly, right? Like, it's like it is true. Like they grow up just like that, right? And that's like kind of God's way of saying to us as mothers, right? You need to change too, right? But then the question is like, how do you change, right? Like, how do you right, sort of step out of the how do you find like the medium, right, between the fear that is right, the fear that is like helpful, and then the fear that is not helpful, right? Because that's what's going to help the child change, right? Like it would be very bad if like a child were an adult and his mother like still worried about him, like obsessively, right? Like, is he hurt? Is he sick? Right? This sort of thing, right? I mean, I would say it, right? Like very directly, like that's bad, right? Like you need to let go. By the way, he has a wife now, right? Like this sort of thing, right? Not speaking of anyone I know, right? But but this, you know, I mean, I think like if we think about what is good, right? So like Aristotle always says, like with all of the virtues, right? It's not enough just to be courageous. He says you have to like think about what is good in being courageous. Like what is at stake that is worthwhile, right? That is worth dying for in some cases even, right? And so like that means that it's not worth it, right, if what we're after is like just money or like material gain or something, right? It's not even worth it if one just wants, right, to be honored, right? Like sort of like it has to be like something that like really is almost like reaching the level of the divine. Like and this is like a dead white Greek man, right, who like is saying this, right? Right. Like he's recognizing that like we have to like think about God basically, right? Like we have to do things for, well, the things that are finest, right? The thing that is like the glory of God, right? Like he, yeah.
I really want to ask you, what would you say to anybody who says, well, how on earth can building a business be divine? Because isn't there a lot, or can't there be a lot of greed in the creation of, or in the participation in business activities? So what would you say to someone who would challenge you on, there's no way that building a business and the activities involved in it can lead to the divine, or is somehow going to help me become a saint?
Yeah, no, it's a common challenge. And I mean, the simple answer is that there's a distinction between someone's intentions and the actual activity itself. There is nothing wrong with work. Work, if anything, like work is good, right? So like an encyclical that I've been reading is Laborem Exercens by John Paul II, and in which he says like work is good, right? Work is not a punishment, right? It's not like we're working to like compensate for something, right? It's not like we're working to make up for some kind of sin, right? Some kind of like the original sin or something. Like Adam was set to work, Eve was set to work before the fall, right? So I mean, and we're called to co-create too, right? I mean, I think this is something very beautiful, like about our faith, that we're actually like parents, right? To like actually, right, have a child, right? To have life within you, right? As you know, Lisa, right? As we know as moms, right? Is something like absolutely magnificent, right? Because we're co-creating with God. So like there's some kind of like, I think there's a kind of, we have to see it as a kind of priority. And I think this is right to say, okay, like motherhood and fatherhood, right, is like the original work, right? It's the original, because it's the original way of like co-creating with God, right? Being cooperators with him in this kind of work. But then any kind of enterprise, right, which rightly, yeah, like should make money, but right, if one like, I mean, one can do like the same thing with like different intentions, right? And yeah, if like one's goal in doing some kind of work is just to make money, like I know a doctor who says like she is only a doctor because she wants to make money. Like literally, like, you know, like she said, like, I don't care about helping patients, right? Like I'm just in it to make money. We would say like, okay, no one would say like, well, being a doctor is evil, therefore, right? I mean, like you would say, well, this person needs to like find the joy and the reward of being a doctor, like actually doing what a doctor does, right? So I mean, I think like there's ways to like just kind of show people how, look, I mean, yeah, it's possible to, you know, be tempted in the wrong way, but it's possible to be tempted in the wrong way, whatever you do, right? Like I could be a professor for the wrong reasons, right? It's not like every professor is like absolutely selfless, like in it for, right, just the service of humanity, right? Like, I mean, we're all selfish, right? Like we all have like self-centered tendencies. So, but just to like see the goodness of any work, as long as, of course, that work is objectively good, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're not talking about like, you know, like making money for the mafia or something, or like getting into the drug business. It's not that kind of, it's not that kind of business summit, right?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But one thing I want to point out that I think is interesting is that, so you were saying like this doctor perhaps got into business maybe with not the best intentions. You were saying that there are some professors that, might be doing it not for the good of humanity, and so on and so forth. What I was starting to see in my conversations with women is that there were stay-at-home mothers who were putting themselves into stay-at-home motherhood and were feeling miserable. And were
Yeah.
feeling terribly guilty about
Yeah.
feeling miserable, and so I know you have a lot of things to say about stay-at-home motherhood and how actually the majority of stay-at-home moms are not actually staying at home.
Right. Yeah. Let's dispense with that label right away. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what is it when we're feeling this sort of challenge because of a label, a box, or whatever it is that we've put ourselves in? We've talked about this concept of getting out of the box, getting over that line of fear, then turning to dependence on God. I love what you're saying about co-creating. That's I always refer to my business as like my whatever. I'm pregnant with my ninth, so I'm always
Yeah.
like, oh, my business is like my 10th child, because
Right.
there is this beautiful
Yeah.
co-creation
Yeah.
where you're taking nothing, like you're taking just concepts in your head,
Mhm.
and then turning it into something corporeal, like something that
Yeah.
someone could actually either buy physically, like a mug or a
Mhm.
shirt, or
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
have one of the amazing moms on my summit, Devin. She makes these
Oh, that's beautiful.
beautiful rosary bracelets, like
Yeah.
so trendy and cute. And
Yeah, that's super, yeah.
so
Goes
like
with your
you might
outfit,
you might make something
yeah.
corporeal, but you also might make something like kind of like what I do, like coaching or digital
Yeah.
courses, where
Right.
it's more of an
Yeah.
intangible thing, but it's
Right.
helping someone's life.
Definitely.
So
Yeah.
anyway, but how can you know? Because again, in my story, I thought I was doing everything right. I mean, I was definitely not letting God into the story of my career, but I would say that for a while, I was like, "Oh no, I'm fine. Like I'm doing this right. Like I've given my life to God. Look at how much of my fertility I've given to him." Like I kind of justified
Right.
that this was just
Interesting.
an end, ways to an end to a means to an end, excuse me. And that it was like okay the way I was living my life.
Right.
What can we do again practically to ensure that we are following truly the will of God in our lives as opposed to a self-imposed label?
Yeah, I mean,
You have the answer, Janice.
I don't know, I don't have all the answers. But I mean, just listening to you talk about, and I've read your book, like you're like just such a beautiful unfolding of this self-realization, right? Of right, sort of someone's needing to like stay in the box in a certain way, right? Yeah, and yeah, like kind of justifying it by saying like, okay, but like I'm being totally open, right? In this other sphere of my life. I mean, I think like what God wants is like all of us, right? And this is like the really scary thing. It's like, well, it may be that God doesn't need my work at some point in my life, right? And I have to be open to that, right? And but just to tell that to him, right, is to say, look, like I'm doing this for you, right? Like that's it's almost like this act of faith, right? And an act of love, right? Just to say, right, if anytime you don't need this, then I don't need it either, right? And I mean, I very much it's not like I'm saying that knowing that God is actually going to like, that he's actually going to test it out or something, right? Because like somehow like I know that God is calling me to this work, right? That it's not like a black and white thing, right? I can always like scale back a little bit rather than like quit altogether, right? Like what my enterprise right now, like I'm working on a book, right? Which I think is it's one of these like tangible things that like one says, okay, like, and it's from nothing, right? Like there is this act of, right? But it would be all in vain if I just like said, okay, I'm determined to just like do this, right? I'm determined that this is going to come to fruit. I mean, I think that you're right. Like there's this kind of, I think what's so difficult for people like us is that like we do need resolution and determination and right, but then we also need to be open to God's will in whatever sphere, right? That if he says, well, I don't need this book from you, then okay, right? And like that goes just as well, I think, for, I would have been happy to be a stay-at-home mom, actually. I think I told you this in the last podcast. Like, I actually thought, well, maybe, I think being a mom would be really fun. Like, I actually enjoy cooking. Like, I love like making a home and like all these things, right? But the truth is that, I mean, God does know us better than ourselves, and like, I didn't meet my spouse until later in life, which gave me the opportunity to go to grad school and discover like some of the talents that I had. I mean, they're not immense, right? Like, as a, but like, I have this like genuine like love, and it turns out like a little bit of a talent, right? For thinking about philosophy, and for teaching it, for like imparting it, right, to young people. And I really do enjoy it, right? And I never would have known that if I had like just insisted on marrying the first boyfriend that I had, right? Like, whatever, right? So I mean, there's some sense in which, I too also, I would completely corroborate what you're saying about your friends who are stay-at-home moms who feel miserable. Um, they have to be honest with themselves, and I think this is the thing. Like, we all have to be honest. We all have to be honest with ourselves, right? Like, if someone is just miserable, that, is could be God's way of telling them something, right? It need not mean, go get a job, right? Leave the house, like put the kids in daycare, but it could mean, right? Are there initiatives that I can take, right? That allow me to be with people, because maybe that's a real strength of mine. Like, if someone's an extrovert, they're probably not going to be happy, right? Like, being around tiny people who can't talk all the time, like, right? They're not going to be happy if they don't have like adult people to talk with, right? And friends, right? And maybe even, and I think a lot of people have a lot of joy doing this, like collaboration, right? With like a good friend who's like, you know, like to share things, right? And to like sort of collaborate in projects, right? And to like advance in something, right? That is of benefit to society. Like, this is like real work. And I think he does want it of us, right? And like, I just think of Mary, actually, because I think a lot of people think of Mary as like, okay, that she's like the ultimate stay-at-home mom, like she never leaves the house, right? But like, actually, the first thing she does, right? She's like 3 months pregnant, and the first thing she does when she hears about, Elizabeth is 3 months pregnant, right? Is it like they're like 3 months apart, and then the first thing she does after the Annunciation, right, is like she leaves and she like makes this journey, right? Probably by herself, right? Maybe by herself. I don't know. Like, but this is like pretty adventurous, right? This lady is like really, she's willing to like go out there, right? Like, it takes a kind of like initiative to do that. It also takes initiative to, we don't have a lot of incidences from her in scripture, right? But like the times we do hear from her, she's like really out there. She speaks up, right? Like at the wedding feast,
Mhm.
right? She's at the foot of the cross. Like, she's not like just kind of, she's not a wallflower at all, right? She's
Yeah,
not
this is
a
the fascinating thing, and this is not an original thought to me, and forgive me whoever I'm quoting. I'm terrible at remembering sources, Janice. Like, I need to like have a little book
Me
that I
too.
want.
I don't know.
But
Yeah.
I heard this once, that the challenge with images, holy images. So like, for those of you who are listening who are Catholic like we are, I'm sure you have in your home, or maybe in the home you grew up in, a bunch of those little prayer cards, right? In my mom's house, and here as well. I, I I could open any drawer. Like, literally, I'm looking at my nightstand, and in my nightstand, 100% is like a multitude of little
Yeah.
prayer cards.
Other people have packet drawers, like Catholics have prayer card drawers, right?
But and again, this is not an original thought. I'm quoting somebody else. But the challenge with these prayer cards, and of course, just the fact of reality of the last, thousands of years, we only more recently, obviously, have ways of pictorially, by video and audio, capturing someone's likeness, right?
Right. Yeah.
Up before that, it was these
Yeah.
prayer cards. People,
Right.
when someone lived in, the year 1000,
Yeah.
we have a concept of what they may have looked like,
Mhm.
but we actually don't have evidence, unless, like Saint Therese of Lisieux is a good example, where like we have detailed record that they were bratty. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
or that they threw tantrums. But I think that's the thing that I try to like remember, is that it's a narrow, and maybe it's intentional, like God in his wisdom, I don't know, but it's a very narrow image of what we have about some of these people that we rightly so look up to, like Mary. But it's so interesting to me and curious to me to like think about, well, what was she actually like? Like, did she
Yeah.
have gumption? Did she
Yeah.
have drive? Did she have, anyway, I find that
Right.
that's
Yeah.
a conversation for another
Same.
day.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
concept that you said made me emotional when you said it, that God knows us better than we know ourselves. Because another thing that I observe in entrepreneurship is, and I've shared this before and I'll share it again, and it's talked about quite a bit. Matt and Aaron Ingold, we have a whole
Mhm.
conversation
Mhm.
about this inside of the Possibility Mom Conference.com. And it's this whole notion of self-reliance. And it made me emotional when you said it, that God knows us better than we know ourselves, because that it takes away all the stress and control and the, am I gonna get this right?
Right. Yeah.
There's a beautiful litany that I have recently been introduced to, written by, for anyone not familiar, a litany is a series of Catholics have these series of prayers where you might pray it every day for, maybe 9 days, or it's a series of repetition. That's a novena. Anyway, but the Sisters of Life wrote a litany of trust. And there is a beautiful line, there's a couple beautiful lines, but the one that hits me to the core, where I'm just like, oh my gosh, I need this so bad, is, from the fear that trusting you will leave me more destitute.
Wow. Yeah.
From the fear that trusting you will leave me more destitute. And at the heart
Wow.
of it, that's what I
Yeah.
think is happening, Dr. Bradenbach.
Yeah.
When
That
we're
really
looking at
characterizes it.
this,
Yeah.
when we're looking at this concept of the boxes, it's like we can't jump over this little line of fear,
Yeah.
because it's like, no, there's no way that this and this nebulous no shape
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
actually going to be better for me. But what if it is?
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's the thing. What
Yeah.
if it is? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, we
So,
can't possibly know, right? I mean, here's the thing. I do think that some women are really, really well suited to being stay-at-home moms and like doing like literally what I mean by that is like they're not going out, they're not like doing even like volunteer work outside. I think this is kind of rare actually, right? Like most women that would describe themselves as stay-at-home moms are anything but, right? Like staying home, like they're like super active in their communities. They're like leaders among, right? All the other moms, right? They're like doing stuff like at the school. They're doing stuff like for the like just these people that I know, right? Just who would say I'm a stay-at-home mom, I don't work, like are actually working a lot, like but not necessarily like making money. But that's not what work is about, right? That's the thing. It's like the money is it's good if money comes, right? It's a kind of we need to like be able to sustain ourselves, right? And there should be there's a justice, right, in like reward, right? But there also such a thing as volunteer work. But there are moms, I think, who are very, very well suited for this sort of thing. And what I've noticed is that these tend to be the moms who are not as judgmental, actually, about women who are not conforming to the same boxes that they, right, that they think like everyone, right? It tends to be actually like women who are actually they're kind of like living in fear, right? They're in a box because they're afraid of like stepping out of the box and like trying something new that maybe, right, requires trust in God, right, which is discomforting for us, right? Because trust in God means, right, as we've said, like not knowing exactly where the path will lead. And right, yeah, like taking risks, right, which every business person has to do. I mean, anyone, right, who takes on a new job actually takes on new risk, right? But I mean, I think there's some sense in which people who think everyone, like a Catholic mom, needs to fit the same boxes, right? Really, like there's just this, they actually may need coaching, right? About sort of, are they truly happy about their life, right? Are they truly happy, sort of, like forcing themselves into a box in which they say, well, this is what a Catholic mom should be doing.
yes,
Right?
I love
Sorry if
it.
I may put it that way. I'm sure I'm going to offend like lots of people.
Oh, you're fine. I'm open to offending people. Jesus, I'm open to offending all the people. So Sam says here in the comments, yes, the boxes are boring. Ha ha ha. I love it. And I want to, while we have Dr. Bradenbach live, I really want to encourage people, put your questions in the chat. And I think, a practical one that I can hear is like, how do you though combat fear? Like, is it kind of what I was saying earlier, where you just have to do it, where there's like a bit of willpower, or is there another strategy that you can offer us from whatever lens you want to approach this from, where you can act in fear but also like it's going to be okay. Like you're telling
Yeah.
like it's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Like, is fear natural, right? And if I may mention Aristotle again, like he argues that fear is absolutely natural to us.
Mm.
Like he actually says it's like unnatural in certain circumstances, right, not to feel fear, right? So I mean, I think it is true that when we're taking a risk, right, when our livelihoods are on the line, especially, right, like you say, right, this guy, like this winemaker who just, quits his job and says, I'm gonna buy this land and start my own wine business, and he makes fantastic wines, right? Like we're just really into wine, right? And I'm just like, I'm so glad this guy did this, right? I'm so glad he quit his job and made this wine. But I mean, I think like one antidote to fear when one has determined, like, I'm not just acting recklessly or impulsively here, but yeah, I just need to take a first step, right? It's kind of like going swimming. Like, some people are just like, I don't want to, like, I'm gonna like go in really slowly, I'm gonna like dip a toe in, right? Like go in really, like I'm gonna like merge myself into the water like really really slowly. And other people are just like, I'm gonna like dive right in and like get it over with, right? And I think like that it does take prudence to like determine like what's right in our situation, right? Like, should we? And so many like business owners, right, there's like this great podcast called How I Built This that I used to listen to. I'm sure you listen, right? And it's like, it's really interesting, right? Like the different ways in which people, like, sometimes they just like put one toe in, and then like of course the leg goes in, and then like slowly you just realize like, okay, like I'm all in, right? Like I have to be all in. Like this is just calling me, right, to be all in, right? And it's, I mean, I think more of the ones, and maybe you remember more than I do, but like it seems like a lot of people, it does like take this kind of deliberation and this prudence, right, in the midst of fear. Like it's not like the fear goes away, right? But like if one knows, like, okay, like I think, that this would be good for me. I think this is a good business idea, right? This would be good for society, right? We do need business. Like we absolutely need business. Like business is work. It's human work, right? And this is what God wants of us, right? Like actually he wants us to like co-create in this way.
I love it.
Yeah.
Love it. I want to share a resource that for anybody who might be like, I'm still skeptical of everything you're talking about. I want to share a resource that I think will really, really help. So when you go to thepossibilitymomconference.com and you grab your ticket and you're able to access the incredible, like, look at all these speakers. Like there's so many speakers on this summit. I want to just alert everybody to the discernment and reliance on God, and then go to my dear friend, Megan Baker. And when you click down here, download your discernment flowchart. What she has developed, I think, is so interesting. And let me just give people a very quick sneak peek at what this discernment flowchart looks like. It is fascinating. She literally has developed it's a literal flowchart. Like literally you start here and then you answer questions. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And she guides you through a process of what it might look like to have these, like if you were able to meet with a spiritual director or with a coach, they're really great questions to help you answer that thing of what is it that God really wants for me. I think I want to talk really briefly, if there are no questions. I want to encourage you guys, feel free to be brave and ask Dr. Bradenbach a question here, because she is a wealth of knowledge. Is Proverbs 31? I don't know how familiar you are with Proverbs 31 or if you have like strong opinions about it, but is there anything? So just for anyone who's not familiar, Proverbs 31 is the story of she's a wife, but she's also an entrepreneur. Yesterday on my day one of my live, January Donovan talked about how Proverbs 31 and that woman really inspires her to take action, to be an entrepreneur, to provide for her family. But is there anything in Proverbs 31 that maybe we have to be cautious of? Like, is it possible to misunderstand or misconstrue what's happening there? I don't know how I'm putting you totally on.
I haven't read it recently.
Putting you on the spot. Well, then let me
if
ask,
it's in the Bible, then like it's probably good.
let me ask you more broadly then. The heart of my question is, so I'll just, the context I'm giving is that a lot of people or the reason why I'm asking is that people will look to that and be like, well, see, we should all be entrepreneurs,
Right.
right? But
Yeah.
that's not what I think.
No. Yeah.
You know, like, and not
Yeah.
that anybody is, you know, saying that, or, you know,
Right.
it's a beautiful passage about um, how she provides for her family. Like,
Right.
it's really, really cool. But
Right.
I just love context, right? I love context. I love making sure that we understand things in their full context. I think sometimes it can be tempting to take things out of context for our own
Sure.
comfort or
Yeah.
benefit. What
Yeah.
would you say entrepreneurs who want to build beautiful lives, who want to follow their faith, be there for their families, create a beautiful home, like what do entrepreneurs need to be cautious of, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of the idea of a flow chart is really great, right? Because like the flow chart suggests that there are certain priorities, there's certain questions that like we want to ask first before we ask other questions, right? So if I were to like think of like like a kind of spiritual guidance kind of flow chart, about this question, it would be along the lines of thinking of work and all of our work, right? As moms, but also as like business owners and like people engaged in enterprise, right? As co-creation with God, right? And then, right, to recognize that the co-creation of an immortal soul, right, to be a mom it is prior, right? I think that we do have to like affirm that. But having affirmed that, I think anything is open, right? Like that is to say, right, that as long as our families are thriving, like we're not miserable as moms, right? Like, and I think like this is something that like we moms do have to think a lot about is like, am I making myself miserable, right? Am I sacrificing my mental health, right, for the sake of like, yeah, being in one of these boxes that you're talking about, right? Whether it's the box actually of, right, being like stay-at-home mom or being like a really successful business owner, right? It's possible for us to like go like drive ourselves nuts, right? Like on either front, actually, right? So, I mean, we do have to prioritize that, right? Like our spiritual health, our mental health, in order to give anything of worth, right, and value to our families, to our communities, right, through our business. And right, if we can see that like the co-creation is going well, right, in like the most important front, right, the front of, right, sort of raising immortal souls, right, for God's glory, right, there is no more important work than that, right? But that's not to say it's the only work that's possible either, right? And like God just does call, I would say probably the majority of women, like I think it's actually very rare that like a woman is called just to sort of be at home, right, as if, and actually de Tocqueville comments particularly on American women. Like he's really struck by the fact that like American women, and this is like in the 1800s, right, 1800, right? So it's not like women are like really out, right? So like all women, right, whether in France or the UK or US, like tend to like be mothers primarily, right? But he's really struck by how he says as soon as a woman in America gets married, she enters her home as if she's entering a convent and she doesn't leave it. Right? So I think like we do have like the remnants of this like puritanical, right, approach to women actually, where we think like a woman she's virtuous if she doesn't leave the house, right? She's right. And I think like historically we do want to recognize that. There's something like really kind of crazy about that. De Tocqueville is just like, wow, like French women are not like this. Right? Like
First of all, my husband is hilariously going, he's, I'm like, peanut gallery over here is really
I love it.
Okay, so you just said this is fascinating what you've just unlocked at the end of our time.
Sorry.
I honestly could talk to you all day about these topics, but in our brief remaining time, what do you mean about French women? Like, tell me, what is the difference between American, maybe Canadians can also be put in that box, if you will.
Yeah.
What are French women doing that's so different?
Well, I mean, marriage doesn't mean that a woman can't, right? Marriage and motherhood doesn't mean that a woman doesn't, no longer plays a role in society, right? De Tocqueville's just like he's shocked at the fact that like a woman, as soon as she's married and has a family, is expected to like remove herself from society. Right? He actually writes about this like several times, right, in his like private letters. So it's really interesting that like, yeah, I mean, I think we do have this like very American, and maybe it's a North American idea, right? This just idea that, right, the virtuous woman, right, and it's very puritanical, actually. It's very like Protestant, actually, this idea, right? It's like you are not to be seen anymore, right? um, and he's Catholic too, right? So I figure, like, there's something we should read, like, history, and we should take, like, Catholics in history seriously, right? When they
Who
say
are
these
you
things.
quoting? What's his name?
Alexis de Tocqueville.
Do
He
you know
wrote
how to spell that?
Democracy in America.
Democracy in America. Dr.
Yeah.
Bridenbach always expanding my horizons. Okay, so hold on. I am still so fascinated about what you're talking about here. What do French women do that is different than Americans? Like, meaning they have a baby and then what?
They still go to dinner parties. They still, like, and like when we look at, like, the history of the family before the Industrial Revolution, right? Like, women always had work. They always had, like, some kind, like, the very idea of, like, a cottage industry today, right? As if, like, this is, like, new to us.
Yeah.
No, like, everyone literally had an industry at home. Like, every business was a family business, right? So, like, it really is like this puritanical shift, right? That is happening in conjunction with, I think, like, the Industrial Revolution, where the workplace and the home are now severed, right? Like, you don't work at home anymore during the Industrial Revolution. You have to go out, and that means that, yeah, it's really hard to be a mom, actually, right? You never see the father, right? And what, before this time, right, there's a kind of integration of these things. Like,
Yeah.
every, woman is industrious, right? Even, like, I'm like reading Homer's Iliad right now, and, like, while the men are, it's just war, right? Like, men are, like, warring, but then their wives, right? Like, Hector, like, tells his wife, like, don't worry about me. My job is to be at war, but, like, your job, he says, right, is to be industrious, right? Go and, like, produce, like, beautiful tapestries. Like, that's the job, right? That's the cottage industry. Like, women are not just at home, like, cleaning their house for, like, the fifth time, like, that week. I mean, honestly, like, if you don't have some kind of industry, like, what are you, like, does it, I mean, sometimes I'm just like, are you really gonna, like, just clean your house, like, for the fifth time, right, in, like, 3 days? Like, what, like, how often do you need to vacuum?
So I can't remember if you and I had this conversation
I'm
or
sure I'm
somebody
very
else, but
offensive, so yeah.
there is, I think I brought it up last night. I think I can't remember, to be honest. I know it's somewhere in this conference. If you find this interview, somebody put it in the comments. But I was talking with somebody about how this cottage industry and how women and children were integrated. Like,
Mhm,
truly, like a mom
mhm.
would have the baby strapped to her back,
Yeah,
and then everybody is in the fields. The kids
yeah,
may have gone to a school in the morning, but everyone was expected to work the
yeah,
farm or work
yeah,
the tapestries or work the
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
And what I was positing or proposing, and I think I'm accurate, but I'm curious your thoughts. When these women would get together with their girlfriends and have tea or whatever, or socialize, nobody was having a conversation about, I wish I had more work life balance. Do
Right.
you agree with me? Am
Yeah,
I
right.
correct to
Yeah.
sort of posit that this is accurate?
Yeah, no, work-life balance is not a concept that emerges until much later in the
When
his
does
in
it
history.
emerge?
Um, Very recently, like, early 1900s, I think. I'm not kidding, like, yeah, we're just, like, we have, like, no clue what the traditional Catholic family is supposed to look like. It's definitely not, "Oh, dad leaves for work early in the morning, doesn't come home until 7 or 8," right? After the kids are in bed, he never sees his kids, right? Mom is at home all day, like, vacuuming for the 5th time. I don't know, right? Like, sorry, I'm, like, really, like, sometimes I wonder, like, what, like, how much work is it? I mean, okay, like, I think, like, if people are homeschooling, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work.
Mhm.
Um, but, right, there is a sense in which, like, it's been good for a woman, like, having a baby is no obstacle to, yeah, going back in the fields, as you're saying. And by the way, it's great. That's a great way to get the baby weight off, right? I mean, like, how are you supposed to get it off? What you're doing is doing a
I'm
lot.
curious, and again, this is just total projection, or is that the word? I'm being projection. Anyway,
Projection.
uh,
Yeah.
I'm hypothesizing if that's even grammatically correct. But like, I'm really curious, and this is again just curiosity asking. I'm so curious if postpartum depression was like as much of a thing back then. I'm
Yeah, that's
curious about
interesting.
that
Yeah.
because again, like moms in this cottage industry time, you had to kind of just jump back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
You know, of
Yeah.
course, I'm sure they took time to heal, and there's lots of different cultures who have different
Sure.
philosophies on healing.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
after the baby, I know Koreans, if I'm not mistaken, you're like not supposed to like touch the floor, like your feet. Don't touch the floor.
Yeah, there's, like, some really strict rules. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, my
Yeah.
point is I'm just really curious about that. And so this is such an interesting place to land this conversation. Burn the box, basically, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying, and
Yeah.
embrace this nebulous, no shape.
If you
Embrace the
can.
no shape. It's
Yeah.
absolutely terrifying, but
Yeah.
you can do it because
Yeah.
this is God's
Well,
will for your life.
that's
God's
life.
will for your
Yeah.
life is not this. It's
Yeah.
actually this nebulous
Yeah.
feeling of and
Yeah.
where this dependence on
Yeah.
God is so
Mystery. Yeah. Yeah.
necessary. You are so inspiring. You are not active on social media in any way, shape, or form.
Sorry. Yeah.
People can't connect with you, but I just
Yeah.
really want to encourage if you are at all interested, obviously, in extended education, to look at the program that you are teaching currently at Ave Maria University. Not currently, but I'm sure it'll be offered again. The philosophy.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah, look us up at Ave Maria University and Flossy Motherhood.
You don't have a
It's
podcast or
perfect.
anything, right?
No.
You should
No,
change.
I rely on people like you to
Well, I will happily always be Dr. Janice.
Yeah, I love talking to you, Lisa. Thanks
Thank
so much.
you so
It's
much
really fun.
for all the work you are doing to benefit the world. Oh my
Thank you. Thank
goodness.
you. Yeah.
Gosh, this is so fun, everybody. This is so much fun. What she just shared about French women just jumping back into dinner parties is a fascinating thing to me. And I really am so curious if that struck you too, if that's an interesting concept to you too. Um, is it an American or North American concept to almost be like you're entering a convent when you get married and have a baby, especially? I think that's a fascinating observation that Dr. Janice Bradenbach brought up. Alrighty, we are going into an amazing session of live coaching. But before we do that, I want to share with you more of the clips that you can find when you grab your free ticket. And don't forget, these are totally free for the next 48 hours, all the way until Sunday, tomorrow. Grab your free ticket and you can hear more incredible interviews and insights from women just like the following.
And that was all because I said yes to something that terrified me. I told my unique story. I continue to tell my unique story. And I want you to tell your story. The world needs your story into that brave and bold space that's really pushing against my comfort zone.
You know, when we're feeling alive, the world just lights up. Finding that spot is really what will light you up and really enhance anything that you're doing in life when it comes to business or family life, where you're like, this is what I was born to do. And it just fills you with intentionality in everything you do.
I think that we have to think about and we have to believe in the purpose. Like when your intuition is pushing you towards something, that means there's a purpose there for you. And really believe that there is a purpose behind something that we don't always see. And know that sometimes from pain, we get our greatest strengths.
It's always going to take some level of courage for us to use those gifts because it's always easier not to. That's all of these things. It might be more painful. It might be more stressful not to, but it's always going to be a path of less resistance for us to not step into the big, hard, beautiful thing.
You don't need to be the business owner that might be in your mind that you're imagining, being stressed out, overworked, can't manage anything, everything's falling apart. You get to decide. You get to decide if you only want to spend 2 hours a week on your business. You know, so, and that's the great thing about having your own business. You are the boss. You get to determine how you structure your life around your business, with your family, with your kids. And so many women are doing that. And it really comes down to, that word integration that you mentioned, being able to integrate our businesses with our family, with our faith, with our life, with our kids. And it's definitely possible.
I want to just draw attention to this amazing comment here. If you're watching this on the possibilitymomconference.com/live, Mary Johnson says, thank you for this. What is a professional skill that helps you the most as a mom or wife? or a skill as wife or mom that helps you professionally? All right. I'm going to be a broken record. There's two things that I think are so important. And I mean, you might not like this answer, but discernment is the first one. I think that is a practical skill, a professional skill. I will address a very professional skill for sure. But discernment, it's a skill. Get the flow chart, get yourself a coach, get yourself a director. It's just so helpful. And then the second thing is thoughts, the ability to be aware of what you're thinking and is it leading you somewhere helpful. And then from a very practical, so coaching in the A line, so to speak, coaching from the action line, I really do think the ability to have a like emotional command and mental command on your thoughts, so that you're not necessarily spending a lot of time in duress, right? So like in self-sabotage or in frustration or anything like that. I think that is a very like professional skill to learn. It might not be the exact answer you were looking for, Mary, but I hope that's helpful to you. And then, of course, obviously, I think time management. But in time management, I think it really is about, again, how do you not waste time? And for me, that wasting time comes down to thoughts. Okay. So I'm really excited to move into this section because, as I mentioned, I'm a trained mindset coach through the Purgative Way program put on by Metanoia Catholic. And what it has given me is the ability to fairly quickly ascertain, is that a thought that is helpful or harmful? When I do group coaching sessions with my coaching clients, I can spot or sniff. Sniff is the word I use actually in my head. I can sniff out an unhelpful thought really quickly. And it has become a source of great joy and great fulfillment for me to be able to use this skill as a coach. And so we've got two very willing volunteers who are willing to be coached live. So I want to welcome to the Possibility Mom Business Summit, Kathleen LeBlanc, who runs a business with her husband, runs a ministry with her husband, in providing music, and it's called Found Together. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm awesome. Thanks for having me, Lisa. This has been so good so far.
Oh, I'm so happy that you are enjoying. So we're going to get right to it. And I want you to, first of all, again, thank you for your willingness to be vulnerable and to share very publicly with all the people who are on this stream and who will watch the replay. Tell me about your circumstance that you would like some coaching on.
Okay. So I guess backing up, when we first started coaching together, we really wanted to grow our music ministry and what we were doing. And it really worked to just we really set aside like one night a week where we were going to just like dream, start doing stuff to make it bigger. And things are growing. Like we're really excited where things are headed. But I feel like we're kind of at a point where we're not ready to go full time, like financially.
But your husband has another job, right?
Yes, sorry. My husband works and I'm at home with the kids. And we need more time than just like pockets of time while the kids are sleeping or like, once they go to bed. And I'm very curious about these French women and how they manage small children who need like constant supervision. Because I find that my kids, my son is 2 and my daughter is 6 months, and they're not at an age yet where they can really play independently, let alone together. And now like that I have a second child, like they don't nap at the same time. So my precious nap time where I could do work is kind of gone. And then like, secondly, for some of the work we have to do, like Jesse and I both have to be together.
Right.
There's
like
a lot
you're singer-songwriters, right? So you have to and it has to be somewhat quiet.
Yes, exactly. To be writing music or leading retreats or whatever. So there is a lot I can do on my own. So that I'm trying to find the time when my kids are, or how to have basically 2 things. Like I want to find a routine where I can be here with my kids, but not like ignore them so I can do work.
Yeah.
But then also like, how do I fast track this phase of like between trying to find part-time, like doing it part-time at home and being full-time? Like, what do I do in this weird in-between time where
So what is the thought, Kathleen, currently that feels the most true, that has the most weight, that just feels like this is just it? What's the thought that you would say feels the most true right now?
I guess that I've like maxed out on the amount of time that I have available to do the work.
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Okay. And when you think, is it fair to say, so your circumstances that you want to grow your business, right? Is it fair to say that your current thought is, I am maxed out?
Of the time, yeah. Not the energy, but the time. Mhm.
Okay. And when you think this thought, I am maxed out of time, how does it make you feel?
I guess just stuck.
And when you feel stuck, what do you do? And I don't mean like, what do you do to get out of feeling stuck? Like, what do you actually do when you feel stuck?
Well, I either kind of get overwhelmed and stay up way too late, trying to like cram all the things in that I couldn't get done in the time I hoped I would have. And so like I guess I just put my other things kind of have to be put aside that I wouldn't normally, you know what I mean? Like I don't get the rest that I need or
Oh, that's interesting. So
overdrive.
you sacrifice rest. So what's interesting to me though is that so this feeling of being stuck, you're still taking action. So that's really interesting to me. But you're taking it at a time that is making you sacrifice rest, yeah?
Yeah, it's just not sustainable.
Unsustainable. So what I'm going to put here in the result line is it's unsustainable. That's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this feeling very well, and I'm sure many people feel the same way. Okay. So staying up late working. Okay. So here's what's so cool about coaching, everybody. Okay. This is now what we have, the reality. We've captured the reality. And what's so fun is we can just simply put a little bit of space, a little bit of objectivity, if you will, between ourselves and our thoughts. Okay. And so, what I want to do now is pivot us to see if we can find a thought and a set of actions that will get you what you want, because you don't want this. You don't want this to be unsustainable. And I can tell just from knowing you for a while that you also don't want to give up the music. Like you are very well. I want everybody to go and visit them. Josh, put their website up on the thing. I want everybody to go and see their music because number one, they're adorable. Like you guys, your newest music video, I just about died at just how sweet it was. Like, it's like there's this scene where they're literally just staring into each other's eyes. And I think in other circumstances, I would be like, that's the cheesiest thing I've ever seen. But I don't know what it is about you guys. You have such an earnestness and a sweetness about you. I love it so much. Anyway, so I want everybody to go check out We Are Found Together on Facebook. Okay. So Kathleen, what is it that you want? If you were to summarize it in one sentence in regards to your music and your ability to show up as a mom, what is it that you want?
I guess there's a lot. I mean, I don't know if this is the right spot to put this, but I mean, ideally, both Jesse and I are free to do this full time so that we can be present to our kids and to our ministry and not just be doing it in pockets of time that are kind of stressful.
Okay. Yeah. So to be honest, I think that is a good spot to put this. What we want is to basically have Jesse quit his full-time job.
Yeah, really. He's the best one to be with the kids when it's not me, so yeah.
Okay, wait a minute, because that's just a thought. Okay. I'm not trying to refute that he's a great person to be with the kids.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious, is there something we need to coach on in childcare? I'm positing the question. So just for clarity, obviously your husband is a good person to put the kids with. And yes, you could actually argue that he is the best person to put the kids with. But I'm really curious if there's something in here around childcare that is feeling very icky or challenging for you. And you are welcome to not answer that question. I realize we are very live and in real time, so I appreciate your vulnerability. Is there something around childcare that is like, because let me just pose the question. Okay. So I'm coaching in the A line for a moment. Okay. So I'm going to coach in action. What I advise my clients to do all the time, because I've done this kind of every single way, and this is my favorite way to do things. It takes a lot of risk if you're going to jump in with 2 feet. Okay. Um, when you don't have proof yet that you know how to make money. It's a point in my life that we definitely did, and it was a challenging one because the business didn't make the money that I thought it would quickly. It took basically double the amount of time. So my husband jumped in with 2 feet. It took a little bit more time than I thought for the business to really like take off to kind of where it is now. He went back into some employment so that our family obviously could financially sustain itself, and then was able to kind of come back in. He's sort of been this like nebulous, if you will, coming back in and out. Nebulous, is that not the word? Not the word? Anyway, organic, whatever. He's like peanut gallery.
Nebulous orb.
Peanut gallery over here, my stream director. But the point I'm trying to make is that what I always advise people is that if possible, it is very strategic. It is simply strategic to build a business while someone has a full-time income. Now, of course, just everybody hear me, because for the people in the back who are like, that's irresponsible. Why would you do that? Da, da, da. I mean, do it responsibly. Don't not show up for your full-time job. Don't be like a slacker. You know what I mean? Do it with virtue and excellence and all the things. But I do think it is very strategic while you have a full-time income to build something. Okay. So I think we can still put to have Jesse quit and do this full time, do music full time. I still think we can put that in the result line. But I have a feeling there might be something around childcare we need to coach you on. I'm curious because the action line for this, okay, so if the result is this, we start at the result and we're going to work backwards, okay? And we're going to work backwards from the model that we have it over here, right? Our feelings are causing our actions, and then that's what's producing our results. So we're going to just work it backwards. To have Jesse quit and do music full time would have to mean a couple of things. So one thing in the action line is income is replaced, right? That's just a reality. So the income would have to be replaced, which would mean that you would need to have clarity. I'm going to write clarity around the activities to make money. And for you guys, it's going to be things like obviously selling music, right? Because I know the context we're talking in here, it's probably some events that you run, and it might possibly be other forms of passive income, right? Mm-hmm. Whether that passive income is music, like literally just selling a single, selling an album, whether that might be taking a event that you do live and then selling that as an experience that you can participate in from home, like an online course, for example. So you would need to have some clarity around the activities to make the money. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you would have to have a schedule to allow you to do this. So the question I have for you is, how would you do this full time if who would watch your kids while you guys do this full time?
Well, so like I said, there's a lot of stuff that can be done individually, but there is stuff that has to be done together. So I imagine in the first phase of it, whatever, we would still do the stuff we can do together in the evening once the kids are in bed, and during the day do the individual things while we kind of switch off. That's got like Jesse's home on Wednesdays currently. And so like usually that's my work day to kind of I do a lot of kind of administration, social media kind of stuff on the back end, the writing. And then like, you're right. Like we do rely on babysitters for some like events, and we will have to play and that kind of thing. And typically, well, I guess currently my children are kind of both COVID kids. So the only real babysitters we have had that I trust and my kids are familiar with are like my mom and my sister. But they also work. So I just find that the childcare that I can and I'm comfortable with at this point access is not as reliable as I would want it to be, because I can't say every this time of week you're watching the kids because they both have jobs and school and whatever. But maybe I have to explore that more, and be more like I know you're gonna say this to me, is I am uncomfortable as I'm saying this out loud with asking that of them, because I just feels this is so bad. It feels selfish to me to be like, this is not really a real job.
Now, here's the thing. Okay,
Kathleen,
Kathleen, we've just uncovered the real thought. Okay. So everybody, this is how this works. This is how coaching works. It's pulling back the layers. And what we have just identified is the actual thought that I think is causing you to not make the progress you want. And the thought that I heard you say is, this is not a real job. When you say to yourself, this is not a real job, how does it make you feel?
Like, I know it's not true.
Okay, but no, that's not what I asked you.
Okay.
How does it make you feel?
Well, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like silly?
Yeah, like I guess silly and kind of like embarrassed a little bit. Like,
Josh, how do I spell embarrassed? Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing. Can you please just tell me how to spell it? Okay, embarrassed. I hope that's how you spell embarrassed.
okay.
And then when you are embarrassed, what do you do?
I guess I freeze.
2 hours.
2 hours. And you and in context of this conversation of childcare, right? So the circumstance is really childcare, okay? And then the action is you freeze, meaning do not ask, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe don't find other alternatives, because I personally believe that it doesn't just have to be a mom, like your mom or your sister who watches kids, but you do not ask, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then the result is kind of what's happening back here, which is that you're sacrificing rest, which is unsustainable.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, this is what's so powerful about doing this thought work, okay? So what I think actually, Kathleen, we need to do in you is change this thought.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think this is what's really causing you to be like, no, I'm not going to ask my mom. Now, there might be some other things that we could coach on regarding having other people watch your children, but for the context of today, I'm just going to invite you to do some thinking about that, because I really do believe eventually. Now, that happened to us. It was a really great fit for a while until it wasn't a fit any longer. So meaning it was incredibly helpful to have my mom and my dad help. But as we had more kids and as they got older, it was just sort of a natural consequence of all of that reality, that it was just sort of clear that this is a lot of children for 70-year-olds to watch and whatnot. So I'm of the belief that we could totally coach on that. But here's the thing that I want to do today. The results that I think I want for you, which will then help you with what we just talked about, which is like finding the systems, finding how you're actually going to make the money and all of that, is this is meaningful work. Kathleen, do you believe you're supposed to use your music?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that it could change someone's life?
Mm-hmm.
And tell me why.
Well, what we're passionate about is people finding freedom in their relationship with God and with each other. And whether we're doing it intentionally or not, I just know that God is using our relationship, Jesse and I, to be a witness of what authentic married love can be, and can allow people to find that freedom in their own relationships, whether it's with their family or their spouse or their kids. And so I think that when we are authentically ourselves through our music and our speaking, that kind of stuff, that people are moved in that way. And so, yeah, I know that it's meaningful. Yeah, I know that it is.
So what I think you need to put, or what I would encourage you to put in your A line here, is this sort of idea of, I want you to connect with that all the time. Like, I want you to remind yourself why you're doing this. So your action step here is like consistently remind self this is from God and not selfish.
Mm.
And again, just from knowing you, I don't think this will be difficult for you. I think this might just be literally like journaling, or literally like, I don't know, like watching videos of yourself, or kind of reminding yourself of the results of past events. It might be, I'm looking at it right now. I have a Yay Lisa folder on my computer because I struggle a lot with doubt and self-reliance and feeling like I'm failing at every corner. And so my husband literally was like, I'm making you a Yay Lisa folder so that you can have this little like roundup of stories of people who have been touched by your work in those moments when you want to fall to despair. Funny story, actually. I'm just going to pull up my phone for a moment. My mindset coach, Erin Ingold, she texted me this morning and was like, how's it going? And I was like, well, if you were asking me as a friend, I would be like, it's going great. And then I said, but if you're asking me as my mindset coach, I would say that I am prone to discouragement. I can very easily see the things that went wrong or the things that I could have done better. And she texted me back, just remember you are teaching people an abundance mindset, and this is invaluable, and keep that compelling reason at the forefront. So the word I want to just leave you with here is compelling reason. What is your compelling reason to do this? Because Kathleen, it's not selfish, because I just from knowing you, I know it's not selfish. Okay. So if you could connect with this compelling reason every day, like every time you pray, every time you take a shower, every time you pass through a doorway, like anything, how do you think you would feel?
Much more confident.
Confident. Let's use the word confident. And Kathleen, in your life, where do you currently feel confident?
Where do I currently feel confident?
And it can be anywhere. It could be in your marriage. It could be as a mom. It could be like getting dressed in the morning. It could be literally anything, like anything.
Yeah, in my marriage, I feel confident.
Mm-hmm. 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 What does this confidence feel like? Like, describe it to me in a few words.
I guess not afraid of making decisions or being myself, or just like not afraid that there's going to be some sort of like awkward backlash or like something I didn't expect. There's freedom in it because
Yeah.
I'm completely myself, and it's okay to make mistakes or be different, or
Mm-hmm. So I want you to channel that place of freedom. And we don't have time to go into it, but if we were coaching longer, I would have you really like go into that place. Like if that was a color, what color would it be? If that was a shape, what shape would it be? If you had to like imagine it in like an action, like a cartwheel or like a somersault, like what would that action look like? Okay. So this place of freedom and confidence. With all of that in mind, what is a thought that we could think that would get you to this place of confidence, that would help you to constantly connect with your compelling reason, that would allow you to feel like this is meaningful work, which I think would then fuel everything else? What is a thought that you could think?
What's coming to mind, I guess, is to say, I'm gonna cry as I say it.
Just say it.
Don't allow anything to get in the way of the Lord's call.
This is the Lord's call. And I will not let anything get in the way. This is the Lord's call, and I will not let anything get in the way. I bet you the next time you feel, oh, there's no way I could ask my mom for help, or, oh, there's no way I can move this forward without Jesse quitting his full-time job. Because I'll be honest with you, that is just a thought. I believe that you guys could build this while he has his full-time job. And I believe it's more strategic to build it while he has his full-time job. But what it's going to require is you being able to block off, let's say, 2 sessions a week. Like I arbitrarily came up with that, but what I would do, Kathleen, honestly, is just think, like, what would you need to move this along forward? Get clear on those activities. So, like, for example, we want to have a product that we can sell passively. Okay. And then, this is what I teach in my personal branding bootcamp. Like, what are all those steps necessary? So we would have to have a product in a place like Kartra. We would have to have a way for people to buy it on a place like Kartra. So like a website where you can click a button and it says buy now and it gets connected to a shopping cart, all those kinds of things, right? And then just literally have that in a list and then be like, what is the amount of childcare that I can responsibly do in this season of my life? And that could be 2 mornings or whatever. So like, let's say Jesse's off on Wednesdays. What if it's like you always have a babysitter Wednesday morning and Saturday morning, just as a total arbitrary example. And then I would simply just plot out, we can get this many tasks done on Wednesday. And then we can get this many tasks done on Saturday. And then so on and so forth and so on and so forth. And you might come to the place where you're like, we could move this a lot faster if we had a little bit more time. So then you can start looking at, okay, well, do we have the resources to hire some things out? Are there things that I can ask people in my life to do for free for me? Are there things that I can do in the margins of my motherhood when children are sleeping? But that's what I think your immediate action is take this thought. This is the Lord's call, and I will not let anything get in the way. Let that fuel this like sit down strategy session that I would encourage you to have. And you get to decide how fast you move. That's the other thing I really want to share with you. This can be done in 5 hours a week. This could be done in 50 hours a week. You could say, arguably, you might move forward faster with 50, but that might not be the life you want. And so the 5 might be perfect. I sell Beauty Counter, and I remember going to my mentors and saying, I've got a lot going on. Teach me how I can do something like Beauty Counter and make this amount of money in 5 hours a week. And they gave me a plan, and it is starting to unfold. Like, it's very important that we have an abundance mindset around how God can use our time. Kathleen, was that helpful?
Incredibly. As always, Lisa, you're the best.
You are wonderful. Kathleen LeBlanc, everybody. This is the Lord's call, and I will not let anything get in the way. Thank you so much. And everybody go and check out her work. And Mary Beth Jackson says, this is a fascinating conversation. This is what happens when we become more aware of our thoughts. All right. Okay. So I'm going to now bring up our next mom who has been willing to be coached in this model. Ingrid, welcome. How are you? Let's bring you on.
Hi.
Ingrid, let's get rid of Kathleen's little thing here. Sorry, Josh, you're taking that down. There we go. Ingrid.
Hi, Lisa.
I'm so happy to spend some time with you this morning.
Yes, me too. I love your little your frills on your shirt.
Thank you. It is still like 95 degrees here in Florida, but I was like, I am embracing the fall while I'm inside in air conditioning. This is coming off when we're done. All right, Ingrid. So, like you saw me do with Kathleen, it's your turn. Briefly describe to me what you would like some coaching on today.
Okay. I believe that I play the victim role. Been listening to, Aaron Ingold and Matt's podcast. So my husband is full-time. He has his own business. He's a lawyer, wills and estates. Oh, by the way, yeah, if you're in Belleville, I'm in Ontario, Canada. Go see him for wills and estates. We're a good Catholic family. Okay, that's a side note. Rafferty Law.
Good job.
Rafferty Law. Okay, so he's that he makes the money for our family. I have 3 beautiful kids, 5, 3, and 18 months. I'm a homemaker. I never had a career before, or my career, I worked in hospitals in doing research. It wasn't my thing. Okay. Then I really fell into this role of homemaking. However, I do, I want to be able to do something else. And I just caught the end of you and Kathleen's conversation about, you know, babysitting and okay. And then it's, I fall into the victimhood because the victim role because, it's like, oh, but I'm the one that has to organize the babysitting. Like, I don't even really know what I want to do. Like, I've talked to you about maybe like doing a website or, but like I'm doing a bathroom reno right now. So that kind of has fallen to the side, but it's always this, like when I take my kids to the play groups, for example, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, my mind starts racing. Like, what am I doing here sitting at this play group? I don't need to be here. Like I have, you know what I mean? Like I have, I just don't know, yeah, what my problem is. I guess my problem is maybe I feel guilty or I don't know. Yeah.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, the circumstance is there's a desire to pursue something. And the something is undefined, which is completely fine, but there is a desire. That's what I'm hearing. What is the thought that you have currently that feels the most true or like the most heavy or just that's like really rattling around in your brain consistently?
Poor me. Poor me. Like I guess like I'm not excited about my days. Like I'm excited, but it's sort of like I like to have that little thing. Like right now it's the bathroom and choosing the faucets and stuff like that. But it's I guess that sense of purpose. Like I don't know if this is a Catholic conference, but I revolve my days around kind of going to mass and my prayer life and I adore my kids. I want to be there. I want to be the primary caregiver, but I know like 3 hours every day, like there's a big chunk of time where, and I'm not talking about when the kids go down to bed because I'm exhausted at the end of the day, but during the day, like 3 hours where like yeah, I'm like, ugh, here I go again. I'm like stuck in my yeah, so what's the biggest thought right now is like I see Liam doing, and he doesn't love every job of being a lawyer, every part of being a lawyer, but he certainly, I think, like I can see him light up when he talks about it, and I don't, I want to be able to light up about something that, and I adore my kids, I really do, but yeah, I think that's it. Like it's like, I have all these gifts, like the parable of the talents, and like I feel like and then, a priest just was like, well, there's a season for everything, Ingrid. And so it's like, okay. But yeah, that's always in the back of my mind. Like, I'm not using, like, I wanted to be a medical doctor. But I'm so glad I didn't because the lifestyle wouldn't have been compatible. So, yeah, like, what can I do?
Is the thought, I am trapped?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
You mentioned the word victim a few times.
Yeah.
Let's just go with the thought for a moment. I am trapped. Okay. And I first of all, thank you for being so vulnerable. And I hear you love your kids. It's not like you don't want them. It's nothing like that. But there is something that you feel trapped in. When you say this to yourself, I am trapped, what is the emotion that comes up?
Yeah, I just like what is the emotion? I have like I'm angry. I think there's some anger and there's some like I know I can get stuck in this the record player. So
Mm.
what's the feeling? Like, I guess, well, sadness and anger and just kind of despair. I don't know.
I think it's despair.
Mhm.
So you fall into despair when you think I am trapped, you fall into despair. And then when you fall into despair, what is it you typically do? And I don't mean how do you get out of despair? I just mean what is your very honest reaction to the emotion of despair? Like what do you do?
Well, sometimes I try not to do this in front of the kids, but it's like it's when I'm idling, like so I'm driving, and so I'll just have a little cry. But honestly, now that I discovered the Metanoia Catholic podcast, I plug it in and listen to about emotions, and just recently it was like when the kids are having a tantrum, like my I'm an adult, but if I let their feelings affect me, um, like I'm in control, basically. Like I have the power to choose, and I think it doesn't last very long. It doesn't last very long, but I still feel a little bit helpless. But it won't continue on the whole day, and then I have to call my husband and get him involved. Like I'm able to, I read somewhere too a podcast. It was sometimes you don't even have the feeling of doing it, just the action, like for example cleaning up in your room, just the action of your body actually doing the thing will kind of motivate you to keep going. So I think getting out of my head and is really important. My mom's a psychiatrist, so we talk a lot about this stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so you will cry, and then it sounds like you do go to some constructive things, but
It doesn't go anywhere. Like it's just sort
exactly,
of, yeah.
it's not going anywhere. So there's no progress. Like
Yeah.
you stay kind of in a cycle of I'm trapped, and so therefore, And again, I just really want to thank you for your vulnerability here. I think this is something a lot of people can relate to. So the circumstances, there's a desire to pursue something, but then you have the thought of I am trapped. Your feeling when you think that is despair, that which causes you to then cry, and then you make no progress. Um, P.S. Everybody, what the concepts that we're talking about right now are very much present or very much show up in cognitive behavioral therapy. It is simply just to put it very plainly, an awareness of our thoughts. So similar to what I did with Kathleen, what I want to do is go straight to the result line for you and reverse engineer back from what you want. So, Ingrid, what do you want in regards to pursuing something? What is it that you want?
To be able to share my gifts. I guess the wisdom I have. I live in like a smaller community. Like I'm already an oddball with my 3 kids. It's like, oh, you have 3 kids, because everyone seems to have two and stop. And I think like we're open to having more children. I guess, yeah, like really feel like, sorry, what was your question again?
What do you want?
Well, I want my kids to see me happy and fulfilling and like kind of living my dream. And the dream always changes, right? Like I do feel in a lot of ways that it does, I'm living my dream. Like I've always dreamed of having kids. But I never imagined it to be, I never imagined that I'd be able to pursue what Ingrid, not Ingrid as a mom and as a homemaker and as a wife, but like Ingrid, just Ingrid.
Okay.
And then I'll blame my husband for not, I don't know. Yeah. I blame him.
So, I mean, there's some things that I really want to encourage you to look at in this conference. We talked a lot yesterday about the integration of self. There's a lot of like meaning like work and family, but that you're not a dichotomous person. You can be the same Ingrid in your marriage and in your motherhood and in whatever pursuit it is. All of that is yourself. It's a fallacy to think that, like, not that I'm suggesting you're saying this, but I just want to give you that encouragement that it is 100% part of you to want to contribute, and that it's moral, it's good, as long as we pass all of this through reason
Uh-huh.
and in conjunction, obviously, with your spouse, and obviously in discernment,
Uh-huh.
you can be this completely full, holistic, wonderful, but integrated person. That's a really key thing. So there's a lot of interviews on integration that I want you to take a look at. Okay. So what I wrote down from your response is the result you want is to share my gifts and encourage others and be myself. And I think I would have added like and just be happy, like just feel fulfilled, be fulfilled. I think what's lacking in you right now is fulfillment. There is something, and it's not that your children are not fulfilling you. That's not at all what I mean. It sounds like you're very happy as a mom and happy as a wife, but there is clearly something that the Lord is pestering you about almost. But you don't have clarity on it yet, which is completely fine. And so what your action steps are: clarity on what that is. And there's a lot of videos in this conference about that, how to gain clarity on what it is. I think you could just regular action towards something, like meaning, and that could be anything. Like that could be just like an hour a day when the kids are napping, or an hour a day when they have quiet time. It could be like I was talking about with Kathleen, an ability to have a babysitter maybe weekly, so that you can do this in very small pockets. None of this has to be in large pockets. This pursuit of this, whatever it is, can be in very small pockets, but it will require regular action, and it will require, what I'm hearing, I think, in you is just a subtle, like, that this is not, there's nothing to feel guilty about. That
Right.
it is completely reasonable for you to want to pursue something, like meaning, and I don't even mean like, for example, if you told me I really feel like a call in my heart is to become a medical doctor, I might be like, okay, well, let's just sort of like discern, like, what are all the steps that would have to be involved in becoming a doctor? And is this a season of your life where that would allow you to still show up as the wife and mom you want to be? And you would have to answer that, and just that only you can answer that. With a husband working full time as a lawyer, there might be some things that you would have to figure out. But anyway, my point is that it's not wrong to ask these questions. It is not wrong to acknowledge and recognize there is something in my life that doesn't sit well. There's nothing wrong with that. This could lead to a myriad of outcomes, right? It could lead, asking these questions could lead to a total aha, like, wow, I think I'm meant to start a podcast encouraging women in the pursuit of their vocations. Or it might be that I'm supposed to build an Instagram platform where I, encourage women through anything like beauty, or through fun medical tips. Like, you could use this passion you have for medicine to bring people entertainment, encouragement, like whatever it is. And there's I shared yesterday, I think it's a combination of knowing your natural gifts, which I know you and I have talked about. You did the Strength Finder assessment, and that was very revelatory for you. I think it's also an understanding of your spiritual gifts. And I think it's also an understanding of the legacy you want to leave. That's a huge one. At the end of your life, what is it that you hope people say? And this is not in an egotistical way, but it's just like, what do you want people to say you did with your time here? How do you want to be remembered? Writing your own obituary, it sounds like a very morbid thing to do, but it can be a very helpful, clarifying lens, right? And so, and it could even be, Ingrid, that you are called to help women in this exact area. One of the things I teach in my personal branding bootcamp and in my coaching is that our area of greatest pain is often the area that we are supposed to serve other people in the most. But what this is going to require is regular action to gain this clarity, which means that you have to kind of, I think, just no guilt around it. Like, I'm just going to write that down. No guilt. Like, and it can be whatever you want it to be. It could be 5 minutes a day. It could be 50 minutes a day. It could be, I don't think you have the opportunity to make it 5 hours a day in the season that you're in, but you see what I'm saying? It's like you get to decide how many hours of the day go towards this. So if you were able to have clarity on what that is, okay, if you were able to take regular action towards it where guilt was not an issue, how would you feel? Like, tell me about this emotion you would feel.
Excitement. I think you've mentioned too about how excitement motivates you, and I could totally relate to that. People see, I am kind of a bubbly, like happy person.
Mhm.
And I something, in the summertime when I'm seeing a lot of people like interacting, I love people. I love being around them. It gives me a lot of energy, and when I feel like I think it's about excitement, and our Lord God wants us to be joyful. So that speaks to me a lot, because I can have periods of I can see, like, it's like even I'm not not smiling as much, and
Mhm. Mhm.
um but I think, I can blame the weather, I can blame you know what I mean, I can blame everybody else, but I'm an adult, and I take full responsibility.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So you said something really interesting that I want to pause on before we get any farther, which is that people excite you.
mhm.
Very briefly, what is a bit about people that excite you? Like, is it, and you've told me some personal stories, so I don't want to, give them here if you don't want to tell them, but you've
Mhm.
shared with me how it feels when you can talk to somebody,
Mhm.
at a church group, or you can meet someone. You've given me feedback before that your husband says you could meet anyone anywhere. Like
Yeah,
you're on the playground. So what is it that's like interesting or like fun about that for you?
I think just connecting with people for some reason, like when you're going to university school, it's like more natural to meet lots of new people, and I think at this stage people are lonely, like if they're not at work and they have work colleagues, then I think most of my friends are from the secular world, and it's like, oh, I don't how are people going to perceive me, like I've been told, like, wow, you're so easy to talk to, and that's the thing too, like people open up quite easily. It's like I hear their struggles, like, quite candidly, on the playground. They're just, you
Yeah.
know, uh,
It excites you to help people, it seems like.
mhm, mhm.
So, with all of that in mind, and like I said with Kathleen, if we had a little bit more time, I'd really ask you to tap into this excitement. Like I would get you to put a color around it. I would tell you to give me a list of how, what it looks like for you to be excited. Is that like a jumping jack? Is that like a little like shimmy? Like what is that?
Mhm,
Um, but with all of that in mind,
mhm.
what is a thought that you could think that would get you to that place of excitement that would fuel you then the next time that you feel like saying to yourself, I'm trapped, instead actually fuels you to, take a quiet moment at a coffee shop and I don't know, like write a blog post, for example, or record a podcast, or just simply start researching a little bit, like what could it look like for me to build a personal platform? What is a thought that could lead you to excitement?
I think I'll need some prompting, because I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we call this in the coaching world, or what I've learned from my mindset coach, like we're going to try this one on for size, like I can put on a sweater in a different color and a different size. I can take it off. I can return it to the store. Like you don't have to hold on to this thought, but I'm curious if this would be a thought for you. I can't wait to see who the Lord wants me to help today.
Mm.
I'm going to write that down. I can't wait to see who the Lord wants me to help today. When you hear that, what is the emotion that comes up?
Mhm. Yeah, that very it it's on my wavelength. I can really connect with that. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm honestly excited. I was giving a talk at my church the other day, and it was about how when you're open to the Holy Spirit, when you're receiving communion, when you're, trying to discern and do God's will, people come into your life, and everything happens for a reason. People come into your life, and maybe if you were stuck in your head with your negative thoughts, you would have not said anything to them, because you would have been like all. But I think we're supposed to be, we're not supposed to be, but salt and light of the earth.
So do you see how different this thought, I can't wait to see who
Yeah.
the Lord wants me to help today, is so different than I am trapped. It's like a total dichotomy. Now, this thought, I want to just point out, I don't think this is going to give you the clarity, like meaning this is what I think is going to propel you to take some action to gain the clarity. Now, the clarity I think could come from coaching. I think it could come from just some exploration. I did not ever dream ever in my life that someone would call me a trained Catholic mindset coach. That was never like something I imagined for my life. But when I look at the history of my life and the timeline, I can just see how this is such a natural evolution, and it came through exploration. And so what I'm saying here is this thought, I think, will get you to the point of exploration where you can give yourself permission to explore some options, maybe get some coaching, maybe work with there's an amazing strengths based coach on this conference named Michelle Dunn. I want to encourage you to look at her. She has a very reasonable rate for like introductory sessions where she just will look at your strengths and be able to say, here's how they show up in your life. So you might want to do that. And again, I just think doing this is only going to lead to more of this. But having a thought like this is going to lead to like a lot more joy for you. Ingrid, was this helpful?
Yeah, awesome, Lisa. You're great. Yeah.
You are so fun. Thank you for spending some time for me, and I'll be praying for you as you continue to
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
My friends, do you see how powerful our thoughts are? And how in both of those situations, whether or not you identify with that exact scenario or whatever, could you not see just how stark the difference was between their thoughts? I feel so blessed to have found this work because I really believe, like I said, my prior life as a coach was, I can't find it. My prior life as a coach, prior to getting the training that I've recently received through the beautiful people over at Metanoia Catholic Purgative Way, was all here. All here. I was only coaching skills, and I was like, why are my clients not making progress? And it was like literally like a ton of bricks when I learned, oh my word, it's because of the thoughts that they're bringing to the steps. My friends, this is so fun. I'm just like, this is so fun. We are going to take a quick break because I need to rest my voice and go relieve my very pregnant ninth child pregnant bladder for like the fourth time today. And so we're going to take a quick break before we pivot around to thoughts on wealth. And while we are taking a break, or while I am taking a break, I encourage you to continue to have this playing, continue to interact in the chat. Go grab yourself something to eat or to drink or what have you, but have this on in the background because thoughts around wealth are another huge area. And to be honest, an area where I am currently doing a lot of work on in myself that hold an entrepreneur back from what I argue is their actual calling and destiny. And so I want to share with you this incredible video while I take a break by the incredible Amy and Stu McLaren. I discovered Stu McLaren via a Michael Hyatt conference that absolutely changed the trajectory of my life when he shared a quote, and I just wrote about this on my Instagram, He shared a quote by David O. McKay. No other success can make up for failure in the home. No success can make up for failure in the home. He shared that as part of his talk, and it was right after my minivan meltdown period of this extreme time of disordered priorities and putting my worth in my work. And I just remember looking at that quote and I bawled my eyes out at this cold conference center in Colorado Springs. Like, I just remember sitting there bawling my eyes out. I followed his career for a while. I was fortunate to have him be my coach for a VIP day where he really helped me to look or see the potential of what an online business could be. But the thing that I want to highlight that is incredibly inspiring about Amy and Stu is what they have done with their wealth, what they have done with their ability to make money, to sell products online, to have luxury experiences that they charge money for in order to fund and fuel some incredible work in the world. And so I give you the incredible work of Stu and Amy McLaren in 5, 4, 3, I promise it's coming, 2, and 1.
So we're in this community and we know nothing. Like this is we've never built a school before. Like we've never done anything like this before. So we're learning everything anew. And so I'm talking to the chairman of this community and I'm trying to figure out like how much do things cost? And he said, I asked him, I said, how much does it cost to fund the full-time salary of a teacher? And he thought for a moment, he said, it would be about $100 a month. And in that moment, like I sat there and I thought about that. I'm like, $100 a month. Like, well, we sell our software for $100 a license. And like this connection was made, this light bulb moment of like, well, wait a minute. If I sell one more license of our software and I just allocate that to funding the full-time salary of the teacher, like imagine the ripple effect that that would have in this community. And then the real light bulb went off, which was like, well, hold up a minute. What if I make like a whole lot more money and we allocate a whole lot more to the people and causes that we're passionate about? Like imagine the impact we can have then. And it was in that moment when everything shifted for me, especially around money, because what I realized was that the more money we make, the more impact we can have. And, you know, for a long time, I felt really guilty about making money. You know, I grew up in a family of 2 blue collar parents who the way we made money was we just worked hard. You know, I was a, you know, lower middle class upbringing, and my parents they just worked a lot, you know, and they were there for every basketball game and soccer game, but in every other waking hour, it was like they were working. You know, my dad worked 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon at a high school with kids with special needs. And then he worked 8 at night till 8 in the morning, 4 nights a week in a group home with people with special needs. And my mom worked 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon with you know, kids with autism. And then the 3 nights that my dad wasn't working nights, she was working in a fine dining restaurant. So they worked a lot. And so when I started making money as an entrepreneur, I started to feel really guilty about it because I was making more than both my parents combined. And I would start to do silly things where I would self-sabotage. I'd stop doing marketing campaigns at work, or I'd stop calling clients that I knew wanted to do business with me. And then my income would come back down. It was like my subconscious was like, oh, okay, that's better, Stu. And I could never break a certain threshold in my income. But that moment in Kenya, when I realized that money's a very good thing, because the more money you have, the more good you can do. It was just like everything opened up for me. And as entrepreneurs, we started to make a heck of a lot more money. And now what that enables us to do is do a heck of a lot more good, not just with our charity, but we also, you know, contribute to local causes. We also do fun things like, and perhaps you can talk about it, Dan, but every year we do something what we call a super surprise. And it's where we pick like a loved one or a close friend, and we create an experience for them that's like an experience of a lifetime that they would never normally be able to have. We could not do those kinds of things. We could not create those kinds of memories. We could not do that kind of good if we didn't have the financial resources to be able to do it. So money is a very good thing. It enables us to do more good. And Amy, maybe you can speak to the fact that like none of the good that we do with a charity would be possible without donors who contribute and who believe in the cause.
Donors who contribute, but then also we've really interwoven that into our other businesses. So for our nonprofit, our overhead is actually covered by, our one of the other companies that Stu mentioned, where they donate a significant amount every year to pay our overhead, which then allows almost 100% of the donations coming in to go to the causes that it's meant for. So again, like that's making more money, and we're channeling it into the nonprofit to do more good.
And this is, this year we made a shift because in our company, we always typically wrote a check to cover the admin. But this year we actually made a shift, and we decided that instead of just covering the bare minimum of the admin expenses, like what if we could cover even more? And so we committed to donating 1 month of our membership revenue to the Village Impact. And now what happens is every year that continues to grow. And that means more and more resources are made available to the charity. So I just think that money, you cannot do amazing things in the world without money, point blank.
Amplifies who you are. If you're a good person, you're going to do more good.
Yeah, like you can't, there was no way we'd be able to build schools if we didn't have financial resources. There's no way we'd be able to pay for the desks and then pay for the teacher salaries if we didn't have financial resources. Like, go ahead.
So I'm gonna say we partner with the government, so the teacher salaries is our partnership.
But what I'm saying is like it costs money to do those things, and
right.
if you don't have the financial resources, you can't do those things. So.
Amanda Texera, who you might remember is a Tribe alum, and that's how she and I connected, and we've been good friends ever since. And she's being featured on this summit, and she shared something that picks up on what you just said, Stu, that money, or Amy, one of you said, that money reveals what's important to you. Mm-hmm. And both in your personal finances, obviously, but in your business. And, I have stood in the room back in the day when we did in-person conferences. I have stood in the room, multiple rooms, where you have gone up and made an appeal, and people have opened their checkbook. So entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, established entrepreneurs, whatever, wannabe entrepreneurs. And in 1 hour, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been generated for your charity. And so I really want people to hear this because this is in my coaching practice. I coach a lot of faith-based women, beautiful women who want to live virtuous lives, live honest lives, and have this tension around money. If I make it, somehow this will make me greedy, selfish, self-centered. I want everyone to hear this. Money can bring good. Money can pay salaries. Money can create clean water. Money can create opportunity. How many schools do we have now with Village Impact?
So we're working on our 15th one, which is crazy to me. So, and when we say schools, I mean, that's a full school. It's not a classroom. It's, our schools have anywhere from 300 kids to 700. It's a full 8 classrooms, admin block, lab, whatever it may be. But we're building our 15th school this fall, and it's going to be home to over 600 girls, and it'll be a double decker, like a double, 2 floors. This will be the biggest school that we've ever worked with the government to construct, and it'll be great.
Talk a little bit about like why it's an all girls school, because I think that's important.
Well, speaking of COVID, lovely COVID, we have noticed in our communities that, in this new community particularly we're building in, there is no high school for like miles and miles and miles. And we've chosen girls, and that's come from the community and the government because the vulnerability of the girls. And COVID has caused, as everywhere in the world, chaos and, people losing their jobs. And you take that over to this rural area in Kenya, but they have nothing, and there's nothing there. So a lot of these girls are like selling themselves to pay for food, to pay for, you know, different things so they can eat. And it has come from the community. And I totally wholeheartedly believe that, where if we build this girls' school, it'll create a safer community for the girls to be and to bond, and take them away from doing those things that they're doing. So, yeah, we're pretty excited about it. It'll be our biggest project.
We've built 14 schools, Lisa, that every day more than 5,000 plus kids are going to those schools. The 15th school is on the way. It's our first all-girls school. It's going to be incredible. And yeah, we just keep on keeping on. But to that point, none of that would be possible, you know, if it weren't for the financial resources that have been raised from, you know, the charity and from entrepreneurs. And
we just had a meeting with Stu's team for your Searchy and your other company, and we shared the good that the charity is doing and the stories. And like we said to them, like, we wouldn't be able to run Village Impact without making that money in this company to cover the overhead to do that.
I just think that, like, when I had a misconstrued perspective about money, it was because I was thinking about myself. I was worried about myself. How would I be perceived? How would people think about me? And it was very self-centered about me. And so the resistance came because, like, I didn't want people to think I was bad. I didn't want people to think I was greedy. I didn't want people to think poorly of me. So I was always thinking about me. The real shift in my mindset around money came when we started to think about other people. When we started to think about all the people that we could help, all the people that we could serve, all the people that we could impact with the money that we were able to make. And as entrepreneurs, we have a gift. Like, we can't just forget about the gift that we have, which is, like, we are able to make something from nothing, and people are paying for whatever we are creating. Like, that is a gift. And so it's like you're throwing away that gift because you're worrying about yourself. No. Shift the energy. Focus on those you want to serve, and think about, like, oh my gosh, with the more that I make in my business, the more people I can impact. And I'll share with you this. Like, Amy and I have both been really inspired by a story that you can go and watch on YouTube. If you just search for The Secret Billionaire, it's a story. I'm not going to give it all away, but it's a story of a gentleman who made a lot of money, billions of dollars, and he felt so guilty about all this money that he was making. He started giving it away anonymously to the tune of, like, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And then he had a thought one day, and he thought, you know what? Like, I want to give away all my money before I die. And he accomplished that, by the way, last year. He gave away more than $8 billion. And he's in his mid 80s. He kept $2 million for him and his wife for the rest of their time, but he gave away $8 billion. And the people that he has been able to impact because of what he and his business made, and the fact that he gave it away, it's so incredibly inspiring. And Amy and I have this conversation all the time that, you know, at the end of the day, where we financially want to be is in a position where we are inversing tithing, where traditional tithing is you keep 90%, you give away 10. What if you were able to make so much money that you could flip that, and you were able to give away 90% and live off 10%? And by the way, that doesn't mean that, you know, you live a
for your life.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you sacrifice your lifestyle. Like, what if you made so much money? Like, simple example. What if your lifestyle the biggest lifestyle you want to live costs you $1 million a year? Okay, so then that means that your business would need to make $10 million a year. What if your lifestyle costs you $2 million a year? Okay, that would mean that your business would need to make $20 million a year. But as entrepreneurs, that's the gift that we have. There's no limits. And so we're not there yet in terms of the 90-10, but we're definitely making progress toward that. And that's ultimately where we want to end up. And I just think that that's the amazing gift that we have as entrepreneurs is being able to make as much as we want and to be able to then give as much as we want.
Yeah, so we moved to a little tiny town in Southwest Florida from Toronto, Canada. And part of the appeal for us moving was the actual town. And it reminds me of the Secret Billionaire story. It was founded by a gentleman named Tom Monahan. He used to own, or he might actually still own, the Detroit Tigers and Domino's Pizza. He founded Domino's Pizza. And he had this heart to create a Catholic university with a town around it. And so he basically just put up all his money. And we recently attended their gala fundraiser. And what struck me so much was that there were students in the room who were able to go to their personal benefactors, because obviously he put up a lot of his own money, but he obviously also had to fundraise quite a bit. It's like millions of dollars, this project, this school. And I watched it. I actually had a babysitter, one of my babysitters. I was like, "Oh, hey, you look all dressed up." And we were just chatting and whatever. And then she was like, "I'm so sorry. I got to excuse myself. I got to go thank my benefactor." And I was like, "Pardon?" And she was like, "Yeah, that woman over there, do you see that woman? She has funded every single year of my schooling, which is like, I don't know, $60,000. And I remember just standing there being like, may I be able to do that one day, where a student can come up to me and my husband, Josh, and be like, "Thank you for your financial contribution. My life is forever changed." And what you say about this freedom, I'm in a lot of coaching communities. I'm probably in too many. I probably should. I'm in all the communities. I'm in yours. I'm in James. I'm in, Ryan, everyone. I'm in everyone. I'm multiple Ryan, multiple Ryans. And I sometimes see this, observation, and it's an honest one, an honest conversation of the burden of entrepreneurship. My funnel didn't work. My webinar tanked. I'm spending so much money on coaching, on software, blah, 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 blah. It's not even worth it because I'm not even making money. And I'm often thinking this is the wrong conversation. Like, what are the thoughts that are motivating you, and can we shift them? And I think just what you are sharing here is so important for entrepreneurs to hear, that it's actually a gift, that we have potential unlimited capacity on how much we earn. And this takes grit, this takes determination, this takes coaching, obviously but it's like, it's so much in our thoughts.
It's so much in our thoughts. Now, can we live a life of virtue where wealth is a compatible part of it? Can the creation of wealth do the things that Amy and Stu are talking about? Fund schools, create incredible impact. You probably know what I'm going to say. To me, the resounding answer is yes, but it so much comes from our thoughts. And so I have 3 things that I want to posit today. And those 3 things are the following. Number 1 is, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. I've lost my stream director and I'm trying to put something in the up on the screen. There we go. Why building wealth is compatible with a life of virtue. And there are 3 things that I want to posit in this conversation. And number 1 is that the more I make, the more I can impact. I don't think I need to go too much further into examples on this one, because as Amy and Stu made it so beautifully, and it is just so possible, I think, when you can have this framework of abundance. And I love, I've heard Stu tell that story so much. Like, I've heard him many times where he was literally standing in Kenya, like standing in a field in Kenya, and made the association that when I sell one product at $100, that's a teacher's salary. And I just think, like, imagine if the people in the world who were making
the most amount of money were people of virtue, were people who cared about causes that are charitable, that are life-giving, that can bring opportunity and hope to others. So the first thing I want to argue about why building wealth is compatible with a life of virtue is that the more money I make, in fact, is the more that I can impact. The second thing I want to point out, or the second point I want to make here, is the person I become in the process is part of my call to sanctity. And I don't know if you see a running theme here throughout this Possibility Mom Business Summit, but again, is this concept of discernment and how it is entirely possible to become the person you are called to be, to unlock in you the impact you are supposed to make, both at home and in whatever community you are meant to serve. And that actually the pursuit, like we talked about with Dr. Janice Bradenbach this morning, that the pursuit of those activities can actually make you holy, can make you good, can be your pathway. But of course, it requires discernment if that is your call. And that finally, number 3, and this is something that is brought up quite a bit in my interview with Amanda Texera. And I really want to encourage you to go and grab your Possibility Mom conference free pass, completely free. Grab that pass and watch Amanda's interview, because we talk about how it's actually totally a neutral resource. And what I've put here is that my thoughts create the drama. Now, there's also an entire thing inside of the Possibility Mom Business Summit on scale. We talk about extensively on the summit how you can grow and scale. And there are some incredible entrepreneurs that I've interviewed, some really fun handmade type of goods, some who have chosen to go into manufacturing, some who have chosen not to continue to make them by hand, but also have found a way to scale. There are some just really interesting, inspiring stories in the growth and scale section. A handbag designer, my new friend Kelly Wynn, who is a very talented, popular designer. And I just like, I am so convicted that money is neutral, and it's our thoughts that we bring to money that cause the drama. Now, you might be hearing, but Lisa, like, money is dramatic. Like, money is necessary. And when I don't have it, I can't grow my business. And I just want to share with you all, I know the feeling. When we moved here to Southwest Florida, I was carrying around a deep secret. And it was a very challenging time because I was promoting my book, The Possibility Mom. I was talking extensively about how you can follow your dreams, but be a great mom. I was sharing left, right, center, to be honest, about just how it was possible to design your life and then with faith take steps to actually have it be realized. I was on the Today Show. I was on Hallmark Home and Family. I was on major, news articles, news outlets, the New York Times, all over the United States and Canada. But I was carrying around a big, deep, dark secret. And I'll never forget it. It happened when we were in Nashville, Tennessee, on a leg of my book tour. And we were closing the home that I'm currently sitting in. And the lawyer had sent, the documents for closing. And they were like, this is the fee that's due at time of closing. And I remember opening my computer, looking at my fee and being like, oh, someone has made a clerical error, because it was $50,000 more than I thought. whoops a daisies. And, of course, I emailed the lawyer back. I like sent to Josh. I was like, oh, this has got to be an error. Hey, I was like, hey, can we just clarify, please? That's the total amount. And they were like, yep, that's the total amount. And I just remember being like, I remember closing my computer and being like, what are we going to do? We did not have that $50,000. To be very frank with you, we just made a very unfortunate clerical error where the amount we thought we had to have at closing was $50,000 less than the actual closing costs. And we had invested that money back into my business, like we were doing with the book tour, with publicity, with all the things. And I did not have the mindset training I have now. And so what I did instead of, like, I don't know, whatever, like, of course, I went into planning mode because I am a fairly strategic thinker. And my mindset did not catch up with my strategy, meaning I came up with a plan. We sold everything we had, literally, to get some of the funds. I got really scrappy. We leveraged a lot. So, meaning every credit card was maxed, every line of credit, anything that we could think of was maxed. We also turned to the support of family and friends, or family rather. And anyway, just it was a very challenging time on my mind. And so, a time that was very jubilant and very exciting was also a time of great personal struggle, because I remember I was as pregnant as I am. I was more pregnant. I was actually about 8 months pregnant when we moved here. And we had sold everything so that the moving costs would be less, so that we had some liquid funds in order to, just move and live and whatnot, make up for that closing cost. P.S. Don't forget the exchange rate between Canadian and American is extremely high. And so on a mattress on the floor right over here, just across from where I'm sitting currently, I would roll my 8-month pregnant self over every day. And the first thought that would come into my head was, you're a fraud and a failure. You're a fraud and a failure. And who are you to tell people to follow their dreams when you can't even keep your financial house in order? I can't tell you the number of times that I would swipe my card at the grocery store and literally just like hold my breath and hope and pray that it would go through. And I'll never forget Halloween of 2019 when we moved here. My kids didn't know what was going on, obviously, because I was, just naturally not wanting to, alarm them or obviously, give them things outside of their context and their understanding. But they couldn't understand like why we weren't just buying things. They would be like, Mommy, why are we still on the floor? My kids were on the floor on sleeping bags for a really long time. Why aren't you just buying mattresses? Like, here's your credit card. They would ask me questions like, just like very natural, honest questions like, hey, we need more X, we need more this. We left this behind in Canada. How come we didn't take like all our toys with us? Like all that kind of stuff. And I'll never forget Halloween. Halloween, I remember standing in the grocery store aisle, staring at all the candies and just literally thinking, I can't afford to buy Halloween candy this year. And not ever really having been in that position. Like it'd been a long time. Early in our marriage, we made choices, but I just remember being like, I don't remember what this feels like. And I remember doing the math. I stood there for so long, just being like, what is the cheapest candy that I can purchase so that my kids feel like we're involved in Halloween and they don't think it's weird that we're not giving away candy and all the things. Anyway, so I share all of this with you because my mindset was absolutely in the toilet. And let me know in the chat if you have had similar experiences of financial stress, similar experiences where, you just weren't sure, like, am I going to make it? And so this financial little blunder caused me to be very challenged around money. I just was like almost desperate to make it. And, thankfully, things started to turn around. This was right around the time of my becoming a strategist in the women's school. Starting that business had a significant impact on our ability to make money. And of course, I started to grow in confidence, obviously. And that sort of that mindset that I had that was very damaging up until that point was started to be repaired. And it was an interesting thing because then I started working with a mindset coach, the beautiful Erin Ingold, who was featured on this conference with her husband. And I started to notice I was getting some coaching around, I knew I needed a lot of coaching around money, just in general. And she was observing things in me and echoing things back. And just like she was like, you are, there's a word we use in the coaching world. You're being very graspy. And I was like, I know I'm being graspy because I need money. I'm still in all of this, this debt. I'm still in all of this like struggle. I'm still really defining myself based on that unfortunate incidents. And I've still got remnants of feeling like a fraud and a failure. Like, help me out. And she said to me, it was so funny. She was like, what if making money was fun and easy? And I was like, what? And she just was like, what if making money was fun and easy? And I was like, I don't know if I can believe that, but I'm going to try it on for size. So, in the exact same way that I coached other women today using this thought trajectory model, right? I had here in the thought line, instead of I have no time, I had making money is fun and easy. And then what that provided in me was a feeling of excitement. And as you saw when I was coaching Ingrid, excitement is a very motivating thing for me. Like I am just a naturally, like my temperament is very like sanguine. I am very motivated by fun. I um, I'm very competitive in my strength finder strengths. I think strengths is like number 7 for me. And so the thought of making money is fun and easy was a very compelling one. And what, thanks be to God, and only by his grace and by, saying yes and leaning into him. And, I talk about this concept of ungodly self-reliance a lot because it is an area of great pain for me. I think there was a part of me because we had made this big financial error and because I felt responsible for it. I was like, I have to fix it. Every single one of my funnels has to fix it. Every single thing in my business has to fix it. And that's what Erin was pointing out to me. Like, you're being really graspy. It's like you're really desperate to never go back to that time. And I was like, of course I never want to go back to that time. But this subtle shift of making money is fun and easy, and my ability to believe that statement is true, helped me to become excited, helped me to then, when I'm excited, I can be kind of, like fun, like unstoppable. I hop around places. I make the activities fun. And it then fueled me to create some experiences for people. It fueled me to look at what in my life gets me excited. It fueled me to look at how can I use what I talked about yesterday, my natural strengths, my spiritual strengths, and the legacy I want to leave. What can I create that would make these things like that would be fun? Where making money is fun and easy is actually true, and I can believe it. And what I created was some new opportunities to coach with me in the area of business. I had been it was always an area of interest of mine, meaning when I would go to conferences, I would love sitting and chatting with people at great length about like, oh my gosh, like you could do this and you could do this and you could do this. And just the strategy that would come out of me and the encouragement, it was just so fun. And so I decided to take this concept, making money is fun and easy, take the skills that I had obviously learned in business and put that all into this really fun experience called my personal branding boot camp. And as a result of doing some of this coaching, thanks be to God, only by his grace and the ability for me to, say yes to some of these things and take that leap and to go into that space. I really like, and I want to like create a better graphic around this, but essentially this is it. It's like I was in a box that I didn't want to get out of. I was in a box of, well, this is what you're going to do, and you're not going to do anything else. And then I had to really jump over this fear and go to this place of dependence that has no shape, that has no box. We're going to have to make this a better graphic. Somebody somewhere out there needs to make this into a fun graphic. But I had to go into that space of full dependence on God and full dependence on God with my money and with my, self-worth, all the things. And what happened in 3 months' time is that I made the same amount of money that I made in 12. And it was this fascinating experience, like truly just this fascinating. And when I teach my personal branding boot camp, I put the two slides side by side. I'm like, this is what I made in 12 months. And this is what I made. And it's the same amount, but I made it in 3. And I articulate what's the difference. And the difference was my thoughts. This single thought of making money is fun and easy. And this may or may not be a thought that resonates with you. And it's okay if it's not, because your thoughts have to be your thoughts. But this single thought is what created incredible impact, incredible financial growth, and of course, helped so much in my ability to regain that confidence and belief that I had lost a little bit. And so I want to share with you today a little bit about my personal branding bootcamp and what coaching is like with me. And to do that, I want to welcome to the Possibility Mom Business Summit some very special guests. And here we go. I want to welcome Camille Mendoza. I want to welcome Raquel from the Little Green Shop. And I want to welcome Evan from Sunday Bead Co. And we have a little echo, so I'm just going to make sure. No, I think actually it's okay. Can y'all hear me? You know what we're going to do? I'm going to mute y'all while you're not talking. There, perfect. If y'all just mute while you're not talking, and I'll invite you to unmute yourself. Wonderful. Devin, we're going to come and stay right with you. So Devin, share with us a little bit about what you do. You are featured on this summit in one of the interviews, but share just briefly about Sunday Bead Co.
Thanks, Lisa, for having me. So I have a little Etsy shop called Sunday Bead Co. and I make modern rosary bracelets and other bracelets to stack with them. So this little dream of mine took foot after I took your personal branding boot camp, and so yeah, that's a little bit about.
And we go into it into your interview, but it was an intro, and I really want people to go to the Possibility Mom Conference, grab the interview with Devin because it's so good. And I remember it because I kept calling you affectionately Miss Devin, because you were talking about this love of crafts. You had been a teacher. And I was like, wouldn't it be so like awesome if you were to create a program? We were in the middle of COVID when my branding bootcamp was on, or we were still deep into it. And I was like, you would be doing a relief to so many parents. And I remember we went with that for a while. I don't know if you recall this, but there was like a good section of the boot camp that's a 3-day experience. So for a good, at least like half of it, I think we were developing this idea of you being like an online arts and crafts teacher, or like having a subscription box. But you had an epiphany. I can't remember if it was on the boot camp or afterwards, but you had this epiphany like, no, what I actually love is the actual making of the goods. I don't so much want to teach it, although that is what I'm trained in, but I just really want to make it. So how did that happen? That's a question I really want to ask you that we didn't get you into your interview. Do you remember when that happened, when you had that clarity on, no, this is actually who I am, and a teacher isn't really what I want?
Well, I think I had the idea for the rosary bracelets kind of in the back of my head, but the thing I really got out of your boot camp that I think you are so gifted at is listening to women's stories and kind of giving them ideas that they had not thought of before. So you gave me ideas that, can reach beyond the little bracelets that I'm making. I was telling you, I'm comfortable making the little bracelets. And you were like, look beyond just sitting and making the little bracelets, So I think I came into the boot camp with a little bit of that idea, but you helped me stretch and have a dream that can move beyond.
And now it is a full-on business. And when we were recording our interview together, you had just told me that you were literally just commissioned a 750 piece order. That is 750 of these incredible rosary bracelets. Is that right, Devin?
It's right. I'm just finishing up shipping them all on Monday. So today and tomorrow, my final push to finish them all. So yes, thank you.
And I'm sure you gave a bit of a bulk discount, or I don't want to get into those details, but if you go onto her website, these are about $89 for a stack, right? And so just do the math on that. We're not talking small potatoes in terms of income, So I just want to paint that picture that you took an idea and it became a very real business, and I benefit from it, and so many women benefit from it. Raquel, I want to come over to you, and you have a little bit of a different story. You had come into my boot camp with an established brand at the point where you were like, I cannot keep up with the growth. So please share your story of the Little Rose Shop. And again, I want to encourage people to go listen to your interview.
Yes. So I'm the owner of the Little Rose Shop. I started it actually almost 9 years ago now, maybe 8 years ago. And it was more of a hobby on the side. I had been into like the crafting thing as well. Wanted to make things for my daughter and for myself to just integrate the Catholic faith just in a more real way. So started by making things, designing things. And all the while I was in grad school, then I became a school counselor. That's what my degree was in. And after I had my third child, we had to make a decision as a family financially if I needed to stay at home because it was kind of going to be a wash if I went to work. But it was going to be a huge risk if I stayed home to focus on my little side Etsy shop that I had at the time. And so we decided to take the risk. And I knew, I was like, okay, I have to make this much a month for it to like work out, for me to stay home with the kids. And my shop like absolutely exploded to a point where I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I am trained in school counseling, not business. Like, how do I keep up? I was, and then I came across you and your story. I was like, I need Lisa in my life to help me figure out how to juggle all of this stuff because it was growing at a rate that I needed to make some big decisions and big changes if I wanted to sustain it and not go crazy and basically fail at all the things that I wanted to do by staying home, which was be present with my family and like try to see how this business went. And so it was taking a turn where it was either going to take over my life and defeat the purpose of me staying at home, or I could use some strategies to make it work for me. And so that's where you came into play. And that's why I signed up with you for your boot camp.
And what does life look like now? And before you answer that, I really want to encourage people to watch your interview because you share so vulnerably about your journey as a single mom of one in the very beginning of your choices to choose her and to choose trusting God. But you shared something so beautiful and poignant. You were like, I sacrificed so much to be with her. It was something to that effect. Like that I wanted to make it possible for other moms to be with their kids. I wanted to have an opportunity to be home with her if I could. And so I just really want to encourage people to go and check out your interview. It's a very touching one. So what does your life look like post the boot camp?
So it is still very hectic, but it is in a good way. Like my values, I feel, are properly ordered. And because of that, I'm able to just have more clarity on the decisions I'm making with my business and when I need to delegate or find other options to basically make it happen. And I have a huge support network and I have help because basically when I came to you, I was like scrambling around, trying to do everything myself, like didn't know what was happening. And now I have help. Like I said, I think the main thing is that I have my values in order, and that is such a better way to inform all the decisions that I make going forward because I have that clarity.
So good. Oh my gosh. Camille, you came into my boot camp, I would say, with kind of a similar, you had just had a baby. You were, no, you had
Oh,
a
yeah.
baby? Yeah. You
I was 6 months into my mat leave. Yes.
were 6 months into your mat leave. And I remember you were asking these very important questions like, what can I do so that I can be present and home? I remember you had a lot of challenges around sleep with your baby that I remember working through with you. So tell us a little bit about your story and what you are doing and what brought you to the boot camp.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Oh, I'm so honored to be here with you, Devin and Raquel. But I currently run a social media marketing and brand design collective called Craft and Being. So it was inspired by Christus Vivi, which is an exhortation by Pope Francis, and the Letter to Artists by Pope John Paul II. And it grew into that. And I say collective because I'm now fully booked up with work scaling the women's school in our marketing initiatives, but I've been coaching other women and moms to get started in virtual assistance or social media management. That's what it's grown into. But earlier this year in January, when I took your boot camp, Lisa, I was freaking out because I didn't want to go back to my corporate marketing job. I was telling Lisa that I have just this very personal wound that when I was growing up, I never saw my parents, and I didn't want that for my kids. I just wanted the option. I wanted to be at home. I wanted to contribute uniquely. I was in my first module of the Art of Being a Woman masterclass, and just this concept of unique contribution tugged at my heart. And all of these desires just started stirring. But when I entered your boot camp, I had no idea what I wanted to do. And you just, we went on a hot seat. You asked me my story, pulled at certain parts of it, and I gained clarity from that point. After coming out of your boot camp, I led a 5-day retreat, which is what I thought my dream was, or my unique contribution was. But I've learned now that changes, which is how it evolved to this marketing collective that I have today. And that's currently where I'm at this season. It might change, and I'm totally open to whatever God has in store for me.
I love it. And you have been very instrumental in some of the changes that have happened in the women's school in terms of their branding. And you've also been very instrumental in my own branding, giving my social media a bit of a, redo. So I'm very, very, very grateful for all of that. So I want to talk about fear, because I know fear was a thing for all of you. And all of you are moms, all of you are juggling things, and all of you have expressed at various times this feeling of, well, what if I do blank? Will it do blank. So Raquel, I want to come to you first about what advice you would give to anyone who might feel afraid of stepping into whatever their next step is, whether it be someone like Devin who was starting, like really just emerging as an entrepreneur, or someone like you who had to make some maybe difficult or uncomfortable decisions to ensure that work-life integration exists. So what would you say to anybody who's afraid of taking the next step?
I would say when you have a fear, it's easy to like keep it to yourself. And then that's how it grows, and then it festers, and then you ultimately don't take any actions. And so what was great about your boot camp is you challenged us to speak those fears. And so that would be my advice, is to speak it to people that you trust, so that way it can come to light, and then you can like break it apart and deal with it and see if it's even rational, because half the time it's not even rational. But when we keep it hidden, we can never break it down. And so when you speak it with, some people that you trust, like all of these amazing women that are being featured here, then you can break it down and actually see, okay, that actually isn't even rational. And maybe I should do this and see what happens. So
yeah, I mean, it's like, what we just demonstrated earlier, where you really just interrogate the thought. It's like, is that thought actually true? Is it true 100% of the time? Could the opposite be true? Devin, I know for you, we talked about on your interview, we talked about how discouragement or feeling like an imposter, we talked a little bit about why you might need encouragement to move forward in your journey. So what is that like for you, Devin?
I'm sorry. Someone came to our door and the dog was just going crazy, but I think we're okay. I thought we might need to skip to.
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I think he'll be okay. I'm sorry. I love what Raquel said about fear. To me, that is 100% true. When I speak it, it loses some of its stronghold. But feeling hesitant and moving past the fear, and I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question exactly correctly, because like I said, the dog was just barking so
You're
loud.
fine.
But for me, what I need is like a sister or someone who will come alongside me and give me encouragement. And I think a lot of people are like me in that I need like external accountability. I need someone who's, I can be accountable to. And that's what you really provided me. Lisa, you sign almost all your emails, always in your corner, Lisa. And I find that to be 1,000% true. You just never stop rooting for me, for your clients. We have a little joke between my husband and my very best friend who I first told about the business. They, of course, show their support and like all my posts, but they say, "Who's Lisa? She beats us to liking your posts." And so it's just true. You're always in our corner. And for me, that's what I needed to move past the fear. Just someone that would hold me accountable, but that also totally got the motherhood and business thing, not just a business coach that maybe wasn't a mother.
Oh, I love it. Camille, you speak about how you never saw your parents, and I know that was like a real challenge for you. And I think kind of coupled into that, there might also be like a fear of, I can't get this wrong. So meaning, well, I can't get my business wrong, or I can't get the pursuit of work-life balance or integration wrong. Like, how are you able to manage your mind, Camille, in all of this?
Well, I echo what Devin said. I found that having the right mentors or sounding boards or people who are just a little bit further along that share your values and have that life that you want to design has really helped me. The second thing was, or the first thing really, is just sensitivity to God. I see his work in my life as like a GPS.
Mhm.
And so if he's trying to get me to this direction and I take these steps and I fail, it'll go rerouting. And then I'll gain more clarity and take the next steps accordingly. But it's having that sensitivity to come to him every time with whatever the new season brings that has helped me gain peace in taking the next steps going forward. And so taking your boot camp, Lisa, I remember right after that, we didn't have the income to replace my corporate job, but I actually let go of that and I took a remote social media marketing agency job. The first one completely flopped. It was just an unethical company. I didn't want to do business with them. They just didn't treat businesses right. So I knew what the dark side of that looked like after having experienced working with this company. I left right away. And then I found another one that did things really well. And I actually learned how to set up an agency by working with them. And it was through taking those steps and having failures along the way that I eventually left that and then did my own thing. And that all happened within 6 or 7 months. So it's
I
crazy
love
what
it.
he does.
I love this comment from Yashi, another one of the speakers on this conference. Godly positioning system, and instead of geographic or whatever GPS stands for. I love that so much. So what I'd love to just in our closing, what would you recommend to people who might be afraid of the investment? Because, of course, it's an investment in yourself, both in time, it's an investment in yourself in terms of money to pursue things like a personal branding bootcamp or like any kind of coaching. So, for anyone who might be out there listening and are just afraid of making an investment or maybe are having thoughts around, well, I could never afford something like that, what would you say to them? And maybe whoever wants to come off mute first, just go ahead. Devin, you're smiling. Oh, Raquel, you go. Go ahead, Raquel.
Well, I was just going to say there's so many things that we find a way to put our money towards when we need it. And sometimes we forget that one of the best investments we can make is in ourselves and in our skills, because we are the ones that make things happen in our lives. And when we finally invest in ourselves and our own skills and our own mindsets, that's when true change happens. And sometimes we think if we throw money at these other, I don't know, physical things, that it's going to change. And those things don't really have power the way that we have power over our own lives. And so I think when you invest in yourself, that's where real change can happen, because we have change potential more than anything else out there.
That's a great answer. Devin, what about you?
Yes, 100% what Raquel just said. And also, it just brought to mind a conversation I had with my husband years ago about exercise and why I always fail at exercise. And I would never, go to a fancy gym or a Pilates type class or a personal trainer, because I just said, I have it on the TV. I can do it in my living room. Well, I never did it. And so he's like, you got to look at it differently. Like, you're investing in yourself when you pay for the Pilates class or the gym membership. So now that I did that, I would go and I would exercise. So I feel like it's kind of the same. Like, maybe you can sit on your dream and say, I don't need a boot camp to launch my dream. I have the tools, I can Google, but will you really? And will you have to me, the accountability, the people that came alongside, like Camille and Raquel, and then you, Lisa, as the motivator and just the person who is literally always in your corner.
Camille, you're a fellow strategist in the Women's School, and I know how much you care about the importance of community. What is the importance of community for you in terms of investment as well?
Yeah, it's amazing what accountability and community can do for you. It's almost like having like you're surprised that there are other people who feel the same way that you're feeling, and it just sets you free that it's okay to be at point A wherever you are right now. So I would just encourage anyone who's watching that if you've never invested in yourself before, just try once, because it's unbelievable how many doors that will open for you and how many areas in your brain will just expand from that point. My first personal development investment started at 18. And I just can't imagine what life would look like if I didn't have mentors in my life at that point. It's just expanded since then. So,
Camille, Raquel, and Devin, thank you so much for being a part of this experience, for being a part of my boot camp, for believing in me, and for the encouragement that you give to everybody every day. We will put your links to all your businesses in the comments. And again, I want to really recommend people go check out Raquel and Devin's interviews inside of the possibilitymomconference.com. Ladies, thank you so, so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a fun invitation. If you've been hearing all these things and you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm ready. I'm ready, Lisa. I want to take the next step, but I'm absolutely terrified. Or if you've been listening to all of this and you're just like, there is something in me that needs to come out. I want to invite you into something special. So as I've been sharing, I've got this fun little like timeline of my life where I shared how I was coaching primarily in the A line, so to speak, primarily in the skills. But how, like the story I told you before those beautiful women came on, how my mindset around everything, how my mindset around money, how my mindset around time, how my mindset around who I am had to be cleaned up. And that's what I was starting to see with my branding boot camp women. There were women like the 3 that you saw who were making progress, but then there were also some who were just sort of in the same like record player of a challenge. And so it made me realize there is something more I need to give. There is something more I need to provide. There is something more I need to equip women with if we want to do the things that we've been talking about on the Possibility Mom Summit, which is to make an impact, to be the person you are meant to be, to build wealth doing it at the same time, and to not do it at the expense of our faith, our family, or what matters most. And that is why I am so excited to invite you into my brand new group coaching experience, Wealth Without Guilt. And we will put this link in the comments below in just a moment. Wealth Without Guilt is my brand new group coaching experience for how to achieve financial freedom without sacrificing family, faith, or what matters most to you. And what I want to highlight here on this page is the 4 things that I believe are the components to a healthy mindset and the ability to persevere when things go wrong. And the difference that I see in the coaching that might be offered by someone who has training in mindset, but with a Catholic lens, because there is a difference. And, if we can come back to me for just a moment, I was very comfortable spending time in the secular world of coaching. Because to be honest, when I first got into business, when I first got into these things, there just wasn't that many options that weren't secular. I don't know where those people were. There were no, like when you think of some of the leading, mindset and sales coaches, there wasn't anybody really doing it with a worldview that totally lined up with mine. Some were talking about money in kind of a funny way where, like you had to like earn wealth, like meaning it was like based on your like how hard you worked and stuff. Like there were just kind of some interesting concepts around the connection between prosperity and other things, and they just never lined up. And I remember I would listen to things again from a secular place, and I believe that there's a lot of value we can get in these resources that are just with a different mindset. I just was always open, is what I'm trying to say. I was always open to ideas that didn't necessarily totally line up with my values, or people who didn't exactly look like me or belong to the same communities as me. I would just edit out what I found to be not in line with my Catholic worldview. But I'm just gonna be honest with you. I found that exhausting. I honestly wasn't always sure. Like, am I getting this right or am I getting this wrong? And like I've shared with you vulnerably here, that was my story. Like I for so long had this very narrow concept of what success looked like. And it had to look very worldly, just to be very plain with you all. It had to look like success in the eyes of the world, which was money, which was prestige, which was being the best designer, which was working with the best people. And again, those are all wonderful things. They're all part of my story. I don't really feel shame around them. But what was challenging was that I wasn't doing them in line with what my primary call is, which was to be a wife and to be a mom and to be present to those relationships and to just even do the practical things like take care of the body that God had given me and have a relationship with Him. Those four things: my ability to show up as a wife, ability to show up as a mom, ability to show up for my health, and my ability to just have any kind of time of quiet or prayer or contemplation were the things that were really tanking, because I had in my mind this concept of this is what success looks like. And so I have developed this beautiful new program that I call Wealth Without Guilt. And I want to share with you the 4 components that make up the pedagogy, or the real like significance pillars, and why I believe that coaching with me is different than coaching with other people. The first component, the first pillar of Wealth Without Guilt, is coming up with your unique call, answering the question, what is your unique call? Because we are all called by God to use our gifts and talents in a unique way. And you've heard that in the conversation I had with Dr. Janice. You've heard that in a lot of the interviews here on this summit, that there is a uniqueness that is totally 100% individual. And so gaining clarity on that unique call is the first pillar of Wealth Without Guilt. The second pillar is, what does success look like for you? This is the part that I wish someone had slapped me upside the head with when I was a younger entrepreneur, and even now, that you can decide how fast you move. You get to decide, is this 5 minutes a day? Is this 5 hours a day? Is this 5 hours a week? Is this 5 hours a month? You get to decide what success looks like. And this so much is in our thoughts. But if you don't have anybody else telling you, you could think differently. If you don't have anybody else telling you, like I was able to coach Ingrid on, that you are not trapped. If you don't have anybody else challenging you on the concept that your work isn't silly, it's actually incredibly meaningful, you're going to stay stuck. And so having the confidence to declare what success looks like for you and your unique family is the second pillar of Wealth Without Guilt. The third pillar of Wealth Without Guilt is understanding why and how you buffer. Can you see my eyes light up talking about this one? Buffering is such an interesting concept, and in the coaching world, it's like, what do you do to procrastinate? What do you do late at night on your phone scrolling instead of going to sleep? What do you do when you're supposed to be working on the big project, you're supposed to be building the page, but instead you are distracting yourself? And it's so much more than procrastination, although that has an aspect of it. You're avoiding some kind of pain, or you're avoiding some kind of negative emotion. And this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges entrepreneurs have, and one of the biggest areas entrepreneurs need coaching and accountability on. And so determining why and how you buffer and coming up with a plan for it so that you're not just flailing is the third pillar of wealth without guilt. And then finally, what are your money blocks? The fourth pillar of wealth without guilt is, what are your money blocks? Because as you heard from Stu McLaren, coming from a blue collar, hardworking family where he witnessed his parents working around the clock, literally just like ships passing in the night sometimes, um, myself feeling like desperation around money. And as soon as I was able to shift it to making money as fun and easy, things became unlocked. And so developing a healthy mindset around money and seeing it as a neutral tool and one that actually can bring tremendous good to the world. Like I shared in my story of Tom Monahan, who created the town I'm living in. Like Stu and Amy shared about being able to fuel and fund all these schools. Like Devin being able to make 750, rosary bracelets that are going to go impact people. Money can bring good. And that is the fourth pillar of wealth without guilt. Wealth without guilt is for you if you are a mom who feels guilty all the time around how you spend your activities, how you spend your time, rather, what activities you indulge in. If you're the kind of person who feels guilty because when you're working because you're away from your children, but then you feel guilty when you're with your children because you're not making progress on the thing that you want to move forward on. Wealth without guilt is for the woman who is open to a faith-based group coaching experience, or you're at least open to the concepts that I'm talking about, that you have a God who created you, who is abundant and wants abundance for you. That is who wealth without guilt is for. And here are some of the things that you get inside when you join me in my brand new group coaching experience. You get access to the training of the 4 pillars of a successful mompreneur. And again, this is a program, of course, my Catholic worldview informs many things, but this is a program that is open to anyone who is open to these concepts and ideas. And so you get access to this training that is very specific on mindset and the 4 pillars that I just discussed. You get weekly group mindset coaching. So what you witnessed me do with Kathleen and with Ingrid, where in a fairly short amount of time in a group setting, you come on with the vulnerability to be coached live. And as you saw, it was pretty short. I'm able to get through quite a few people in a short amount of time. And what's so interesting and so cool, I had a big meh about group coaching. Like I was like, no, group coaching's not for me. I just want one-on-one. And I had a very big reticence, to move into a group coaching model. But what I have witnessed to be true is this, my friends. While your problem might not be exactly like Kathleen's or exactly like Ingrid's or exactly like any other woman getting coached, it's likely that there's something in it that will be for you. And what I have witnessed to be true in the group coaching experiences I now run is that I can see on the sidebar, on the Zoom with everybody's little faces, women bawling. Because there's something in the experience of the person being coached that was 100% for them. And so because I record all of the coaching, it's all kept very private, of course, in a private portal, but because it's all recorded, you get to go back into weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of coaching. And it's very likely that there's going to be something in there for you. I have a one-on-one mindset coach, but the majority of the way I coach myself is in listening to these recordings until I have access to, Metanoia Catholic is my go-to resource. I listen to hours. I have hours and hours and hours of input in my mind from Matt and Erin Ingold and the coaching that they give to people. And so you will get access to live coaching, but you'll also get access to a bank of hours of recorded coaching sessions that will 100% propel you to change. You will get weekly accountability tracking tools. So within the pillars of the program, I'm developing these strategic tracking tools to help you grow and track your progress and get this accountability that is so necessary that the girls just talked about so succinctly. And you also get it's actually three incredible bonuses. You get Conquer Your Calendar, which is my signature time management program. And you also get Conquer Your Tech, which is honestly, I think, one of the biggest challenges that entrepreneurs face today, which is simply that it's expensive to invest in tech sometimes. And when you are beginning, that can be a huge impediment to your growth. And so you get recorded videos where you can go step by step, screen by screen on how to create all of the things that you need in an online business in a platform called Kartra, which I have decided after extensive research is the most accessible tool for the new entrepreneur. Like of all the different ones that exist out there, it is just simply, to me, the best bang for your buck, where you get an all-in-one for a reasonable price monthly. But you also get the access to my 3-day live branding bootcamp experience that Camille, Devin, and Raquel all participated in. And as you can probably tell, I love going live. I just love being live. It's my favorite way to produce content. Certainly, I like pre-recorded content, but I love spending time with you live. And so Friday, October 7, I apologize. These dates are, we got to back it up a day. It's Thursday, October 6th, Friday, October 7th, and Saturday, October 8th. We'll get that corrected. You get access to my 3 days where we go into this. It's literally like boot camp, where you are going to do work in real time, where you are going to mastermind and you're going to get into small groups to get feedback. You're going to be given very specific homework to move forward. Honestly, I believe that if you show up to this boot camp and you actually do the work, you can get the same amount of work that would take 3 months to do on your own in 3 days. And as you can see here, we're tackling your story and your audience. We're tackling your specific product and your customer roadmap, and then your marketing plan and your launch plan. Now, before I reveal the price and all the things that are involved, I want to ask you a question. And that question is, what are you called to do? You've been here. It's no accident that you're here. There's a reason why you're here. Maybe you got this from one of the speakers on this summit. Maybe you've been following me for a while and were intrigued or at least curious about what it would be like to build a business. Maybe you are like Ingrid, who feels trapped and knows there's something else you're supposed to do, but you feel like there's no hope, like it's all despair. There's just no way you could do it and be happy and be a good mom. Maybe you're like Kathleen, where you feel like there is something silly or something not so important, or that the needs of your family will somehow go lower on the importance scale if you pursue this. Maybe you are like me, where you have a career, but you know you're spending way too much time doing it and you need to scale back. Or maybe there's just a whole other myriad of things that you struggle with. There's a reason why you're watching me right here, right now. There's a reason why you subscribe to this conference. There is a reason why you were intrigued by this topic. And so if you feel like God is calling you to enter into the world of entrepreneurship, if you feel like you truly want to have the ability to make what can arguably be like exponential amount of funds when you have a business that can scale, if you want to explore if this is your path, I want to invite you to join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt. Now, other group coaching programs, I really want to share with you exactly what I pay. So I had looked at becoming a coach through the Life Coach School. And the price of that experience to become a coach in the Life Coach School and get continued coaching was $18,000. And I'm in a business community right now where I pay $1,000 a month approximately to be in a community for marketers, online entrepreneurs. It's very much A-line activity, coaching and accountability and community and all those things. So I currently pay $12,000 a year for my own coaching. And, you know, up until very recently, if you wanted to book me as your coach for a 6-month experience, oh my gosh, I don't even remember my price anymore. What was my price for a 6-month experience? It was around $5,000. That's really funny. I don't remember it. I'm so sorry. But, you know, if you wanted to book me one-on-one for a 6-month engagement, it was $5,000. But what I want to share with you is because I want to make this experience as accessible as possible. And I have done so much research around the kind of person I want in this program, the kind of person I want to help move forward. I really want to help people who might have a scarcity mindset around money. And so knowing that you're not going to pay $18,000, you're not going to pay $12,000, and you're not going to pay $5,000. Wealth Without Guilt, if you were to get all of the things on its own, like it's all there on the sales page, the total price is just under, the total value rather, is just under $10,000. You're not paying that. To join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt, it's just one investment of $19.97, which gives you 6 months access to me as your coach, 6 months access to the content that is inside of Wealth Without Guilt, 6 months access to move forward, to get your butt into the action line, to also have a barometer, if you will, or like a guide or a compass rather, when you might be tempted to follow a version of success that actually isn't the one that you are meant to follow. That's why that second pillar is so important to me, that you get to decide what success looks like for you. You get to decide how fast you move. I'm not going to tell you how fast to move. You get to decide. That was such an important part of me creating Wealth Without Guilt, is that you get to decide how fast you move. Now, I love rewarding fast action. I love offering people who might be like, you know what, I really want this, but I'm just not sure. And I just like, Lisa, convince me. And so I want to offer a really fun bonus for anyone who might be just like slightly on the fence, who really wants it, but just would love that extra cherry on top to make sure that this experience is totally for them. And so for the first 5 people who join me inside of Wealth Without Guilt, I'm going to take a huge aspect of the entrepreneurial journey out for people that I observe causes them so much stress. And it's going to be that me and my team, so for the first 5 people who click that link that I just put into the comments, the first 5 people who sign up for Wealth Without Guilt, my team and I are going to build your funnel for you in Kartra. What does that mean? It means your first funnel. So whatever it is you want to launch a product, you want to launch an event, you want to launch your first anything, literally your service. If you're a coach, we're going to build it for you. the first 5 people who sign up for Wealth Without Guilt. That's what we want to give you as an extra special cherry on top for having the courage and the confidence to make this decision and to take a forward step in your entrepreneurial journey that you are discerning and co-creating with God. So can I stream director and people in the chat, can I just get somebody to click on the link and make sure it's actually working? Can y'all just go over there and let me know in the comments, click on the link and then go in the comments and tell me, yes, it's working.
You can also refresh. There's a button on there.
And if you refresh the page that you're on, there should be a button right below this video that will show up. And there's really only, there's one catch. There's only one catch in this whole operation here, is that my next group is beginning October the 4th, Monday, October 4th. That is what is happening. And October 4th, so I have to have a little bit of a deadline prior to October 4th. And you guys are going to have to forgive me because I can't remember when the deadline is. I believe it's next Thursday. So you have until next Thursday to sign up for Wealth Without Guilt and join me in this upcoming cohort. And I will stay on for questions maybe at the end of our time because we're welcoming our guest. And I just, here's the thing. If God wants you to do this, it'll happen. It really is just a matter of how fast, what season. And so if you're sitting here and you're like, oh my gosh, like, oh, I feel so pressured. Like, why is she doing this to me? That's just a thought, number one. And it might not be your season. And that is okay. This all has to be done in discernment with where you feel God is calling you. And like this beautiful woman who is saying, yes, I feel like God is calling me to this. And you just sent me a DM. I will go check it momentarily. Just take that discernment, like invite the Holy Spirit into your decision to invest in Wealth Without Guilt and trust that you are being led. And that, last night I jumped on my social media and I did like a reaction basically to the first day. And the key message of that video that I shared was that let us not let human frailty, let us not let human doubts or human challenges to get in the way of where God is calling us. And, I want to just address this. It was on the calendar, but of course we kind of got delayed in a couple of areas. But I do want to talk about this before my beautiful final guest comes on. And it's the whole notion of why scarcity of time can be a superpower. And time is a finite resource. Of course, like God can make all things possible, and he's outside of time. So I'm not talking about that. But like time is 24 hours in a day. And if you have the thought that there's no way you could do this like Kathleen had because of time, I want to encourage you to think that instead of time being something that, while it is finite, that when used strategically, your efforts can be multiplied. I recall back up in the chat at some point, Amy, the beautiful Amy, talked about, it might have been from yesterday, but she was talking about, I pray that my time be multiplied. And I just really believe that when we invite God into this important aspect, building a business, anything that takes us, just that takes us into any activity, when this happens, we can be given the grace, we can be given the energy, we can be given the time that we need, because we know we have a God that is abundant and desires incredible things for our lives. How can you send me a DM? Okay, so if you want to send me a DM, if you want to chat with me, the easiest place to send me a message is on Instagram. And so that's at Lisa Canning. I will be obviously live for the next hour on this event with my beautiful guest who is just popping on in. I can't wait to talk to her. But if you want to send me a DM about wealth without guilt, hop on over to my Instagram at Lisa Canning. And as soon as I am able to, I am going to answer your questions. But I want to, again, just remind you that the first 5 people who say, like, I'm in, this is a yes, there's a really, really fun bonus attached. And so I just want to share that with you, just remind you to act fast. And now I know you might have to talk to your spouse, of course. I know that investment like this is not one to take, lightly, not one to do without discernment. But there does come a time where we must act. There does come a time when discernment by necessity must go from prayer and inward contemplation to action, to forward movement. And so, again, this might not be for you right now. Maybe it's for you in the future. But for anyone who feels like coaching and access to the skills that, yes, are coaching in the A line, but where I really feel like the Lord is calling me to use my unique strengths is in the area of mindset coaching that falls completely in line with a Catholic or a Christian worldview. I think it's why this causes me to get emotional, like why it causes me to tremble, why it causes me to just feel very palpably God's presence when I talk about this, because it's the guidance I wish I had. It's the guidance I wish at the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, that someone said, you can be your authentic self. That includes you as a Catholic woman and mom of many. I wish I had had a guide or a coach who back then could have said that your drive and your determination and your creativity can serve the world and aren't things to be embarrassed about or try to hide or try to fit a box that you think you're supposed to fit. I wish a guide back then when I had first started had told me, you can be a great mom. You can build a great business. You can create wealth that can give back to others, but it is possible to do that all while not sacrificing your faith, your family, or what matters most. And so I want to invite you as we come to the close of this conference, and I welcome my next incredible guest on, to just go into the quiet interior contemplation, go into, like, ponder in your heart as we read in scripture. Ponder in your heart if this is the season to jump in to coaching, and consider joining me inside of Wealth Without Guilt. I would love, 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 love to see you there. All right. My next guest, I am so excited to introduce you to. Oh, and we just had our first Wealth Without Guilt. I just got the little pop-up. We've had one beautiful mama take the plunge immediately and join us. Congratulations on taking that plunge. My next guest is a woman who takes plunges every day. And I just mean that in the most sincere and inspired sense of the word. I think I'm a pretty gutsy person, like, meaning it's taken me a long time to unpack a lot of the things that I just talked about, meaning being myself and being okay with all the facets of my personality, being okay to be a Catholic woman who wants to serve the Lord and be as virtuous and as holy as possible and has career ambition and drive and all these things that I was very confused about. So it's taken me a long time. I mean, I'm still, to be honest, I'm still a work in progress in this area of feeling confident about myself. But there is somebody like this woman does this in such you see all the sides. You see the sides of her being confident. You see the sides of her being very vulnerable and being in a lot of pain. She has lived a lot of life in the last little while, but I've had the privilege of walking with her and watching it all unfold and watching her trust God in all of it and watching her be authentic in the midst of all of it. So I'm so excited to bring to the Possibility Mom Business Summit my friend, host of It's Not That Late with Liv, the incomparable Liv Harrison. Liv Harrison, get up here. Oh my gosh. How are you today?
I'm so great. I keep forgetting that we're virtual and I literally almost just hugged the screen. I'm so excited to see you. So I'm remembering, yeah, we're not together.
So Liv, for anyone who might not be familiar with you and with your very unique story, give us just a very brief introduction of who you are.
Sure. So I am a speaker and an MC, but I'm also a radio host, and I also am a podcast host. Believe it or not, those are two different things. And a conference writer. So I do a lot of different stuff. And right now I do have a late night show. Think Carson, think Fallon, think female and Catholic. So that's new. And there you go. And I have a very complicated medical history. So that's come into play as I've figured out this life of being an entrepreneur and a mom. And thank God for women like Lisa Canning, you guys. I'm not even joking. She is absolutely part of the journey of how I got to where I am today. So there it is, kind of in a nutshell.
Well, I'm grateful for you and your most gracious words. And so let's get into this story. So when you say you've had a complicated medical past, I'll be honest with you. When we started working together, I kind of knew it, but not really. Like I really did not know the extent of it. And so, for as much as you are willing to share, obviously, what has that journey been like?
Absolutely. Yeah. And it is really extreme, which I kind of love. Now I embrace my extra. Lisa knows me on many levels, and I'm just extra in all the things, the good, the bad, the all. I used to be 458 pounds. I have lost over 300 pounds, and that took me 15 years. Diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at the age of 21. I have a Mediterranean blood disorder. I lost my fertility permanently at 36. That was devastating medically. I've had 13 surgeries. I'm only 43. At one point, I was giving myself 35 shots of insulin a day in my stomach. I did that for years. I've gone through a lot. I've had pica. Anybody want to look that up? PICA, where you eat chalk or dirt. I had it for 18 months at one point, and I literally just had it a few months ago, and I recognized it immediately. I normally have a medical team of about 9 specialists that work with me. Currently, I'm more around 4 or 5, which is great. So I'm also currently going through some pretty major surgeries. I've had 18 hours of surgery since April 1st of 2021. My last surgery was just 6 weeks ago, and it was a 10.5-hour surgery. So it's just part of my story and my journey. And I now really lean into it and embrace it. And I thought this was a really important mug to have my coffee in for this, and for all you ladies out there that are doing all the hard things. And listen, it's just my story. Everybody has an incredible story. So that's kind of that a little bit. Don't want to bore anybody and take out my old slides of, and here's my first surgery,
So, but here's the thing. There's so many things that I find inspiring.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You are so vulnerable about it, about it. And again, I just want to clarify, not everybody has to be vulnerable about it. Like, meaning you can keep things private. Obviously, I keep a lot of things private. I share a lot of things publicly, but I keep a lot of things private. And one of the things that inspires me about you is just how vulnerable you've been about all of it. Because and you've been vulnerable about like every aspect of it, the pain, the spiritual struggle, the the struggle of just like making one step forward, but then feeling like you've taken 5 steps back because you get an investment or just whatever. And you're vulnerable about all of it. And that's one thing that is so important that I want to like just underline here is that coaching isn't about just coming up with a different thought. I mean, it is, but what I mean is there is sometimes it's a phrase that I learned from you actually, toxic positivity. Just like, oh, we can offer it up. We can offer up all of our struggling, which is true. But you can also address the deep pain or the deep dissatisfaction or the deep frustration or the deep despair, whatever it is. And that's what I find so inspiring about you, that you just do it with the, you know, like you do it, you just share everything, but there is always hope and positivity. I don't think I know anyone who is hardwired for positivity like you are. But
Thank
again,
you.
it's not the toxic kind. It's just the like, this sucks. I'm in so much pain right now, but let's go laugh a little bit together. Come and join me on my show. We're going to laugh a little bit. So I just really want to echo that back to you. Where does that come from, Liv, for you?
I'm sorry, where does what?
Where does that come from? Like, where is your ability to be vulnerable, but also still have hope in all of it? Like, where does that come from?
Right. Okay. No, listen, here's what I tell people all the time. I'm a normal gal like everybody else. And those who know me, they're like, no, she's really normal. Like, she's fine. Like, ridiculous. Anything that we do that is supernatural, beyond our human capabilities, that's from God, y'all. Okay. I'm like everybody else. As Lisa shared, I'm in pain. I'm in, it's not sunshine and roses and constant glitter coming out of my ears. It's real. And here's what I think about all the time. When I was 458 pounds, I have lived the majority of my life as a morbidly obese human being. Now, when I first went to one of the first doctors that helped me get healthy, I wasn't even on the BMI chart. That's how morbidly obese I was. There wasn't a number for me, and they couldn't weigh me any longer. So that was pretty humiliating and humbling. I have a lot of stories that were very humbling when I was at that space. I tell people all the time, when you're morbidly obese, you walk into a room and everybody in that room knows something about you. They know something really dark. They know something really shameful. They know something very personal. But the guy next to you could be addicted to porn. The woman next to you could be an alcoholic. You don't know. You don't have that information. But when I walked in a room, you knew a lot about me, And on top of that, then I was constantly always thinking, can I fit in that spot? Am I going to break that chair? Can I squeeze here? Guys, Lisa, I'm sorry. I can't sit in the booth. Can we please get a table? Like, it was constant in my head. And I know you talk a lot about tapes and negative thoughts and how much our thoughts kind of get in the way of the things that we're supposed to do. So when I was in that life, it took over everything. I like to think of perseverance as choosing the hard, when you choose the hard thing, because we're wired. And by wired, I mean, because of the fall, because of our sinfulness and our human nature in that sense, not fall as in pumpkin spice season. I mean, as in the biblical fall. It's easy to choose the low-hanging fruit or the easy thing to do. Was it easy to lose to 300 pounds? Did I ever think I was going to? No, of course not. These surgeries, these aren't easy. But everything that, where this drive comes from is, here's the deal. Think of it this way. I didn't get to have all the canning kids I wanted to have, like dear sweet Lisa gets to have. I got to have 2, and they're 7.5 years apart. When you have a newborn, you have a newborn. It's not like you're like, well, I'm done. That was fun. Let's put it on a shelf. I'm just going to put this baby in a basket and then I'm going to go out and leave. No. The baby is here now. We have to take care of the baby all the day. That's what chronic illness is, but it's a constant baby that you have to tend to. I can't just stop being sick. That's my cross. That's one of the things. And I embrace it now. So just like with an infant or a child, you don't just say, well, hi, I'm Lisa Canning. I had 9 kids. It was nice, world. I'm going to lock my doors and never talk to anyone again. You know, it's like, no, strap that baby on, get into Target, spend $200 on stuff you didn't need, like the rest of us, and go on with your life. You bring the baby with you. I bring my illness with me. Does that make sense? So it's never far from you. And just like a child is difficult and challenging, it's such a joy and what a blessing. How many blessings you get from being a mom, for running your household. Same with having chronic illness. At this point in my life, I'm like, yeah, game on. Okay, I got some suffering. It's not going anywhere. Might as well embrace it, you know, might as well clean the dirty diaper. You know what I'm saying? But still go on family vacay. Like that, it's just a mindset of what you do. And that's kind of how, but that's got to be from God, y'all. I'm just a person.
I mean, absolutely. Like there is obviously a supernatural infused grace is the term.
100%.
It's infused grace. There's grace that we are able to access. I don't know, like that anyone can access, meaning God is obviously present everywhere, whether you believe in him or not. But there is this infused grace that exists when we invite him into the suffering. And I just, again, it's another hill I'll die on, that it's just, he can be so present in the suffering, and we meet him on the cross. That's a whole other talk. But I want to pivot slightly to your show.
Sure.
I'm going to direct everybody to your website, thelivharrison.com. And your show, It's Not That Late with Liv, was just such a fun concept that I remember we started exploring in our coaching.
We did.
And then you went and had, you know, your surgeries, and obviously we took a little bit of a pause, but it's been so incredible to watch what it has become. Because everybody, you just need to understand, like, go follow Liv on Instagram, go follow her show, go watch her show, because it is a production, and it all happens in her garage. Like, it's just so fun what you have created. So tell us a little bit about It's Not That Late with Liv and what your hopes and dreams are for it.
Oh, absolutely. So, you know, and in the spirit of what you're trying to talk about today, especially perseverance, and Lisa knows this because we were connected during this pandemic, because I'm going to say this because it just won't go away. It's like a spot. It's like an olive oil spot on your shirt that you just can't seem to get out, no matter how much Tide you rub into that thing. But anyway, I was up for a position at SiriusXM Radio. That's kind of how I got started, the Catholic channel with Jen Fulweiler. Lisa and I share her as a friend. And Lisa knows, because she walked this with me, I didn't get the job. And she will tell you, I was devastated. And I don't say that lightly. I was devastated. And Lisa, because she was my coach at the time, thank you, God, like that was providential, was like, this isn't the end. Liv, you can create your own whatever. And she gave me the permission to create, if that makes sense. And that is perseverance. When you have something that's hard, emotionally, physically, spiritually, I don't pick something Lee. I don't know, whatever it is for you, socially, whatever Lee. When you decide to keep going, when you decide, well, then I'm going to try another way into another door. Let's think about birth. There's not just one way to birth a child. And guess what? At the end, you're a mom. It doesn't matter how that baby came to be. You are a mom, you know, like it all counts, you know? So same with being an entrepreneur or being a woman with businesses, whatever it is that you're doing, it doesn't matter how you get there. This show came because someone gave me permission. It was my coach. And she was like, let's dream. Let's dream. What would this look like? And why can't you do it? Who's saying you can't? And I was like, SiriusXM. She's like, okay, who are they? Who cares? They don't even want a late night show. And I was like, that's true. Like, it was like getting the wrong tapes out and putting in the truth. That's perseverance.
Yeah, you know, earlier today I had on Dr. Janice Bradenbach. She's a philosopher, a professor, teaches a course called Philosophy of Motherhood, which I think is fascinating. And we were talking about this concept of the boxes that we put ourselves in. And I remember I was like, Liv has a box. Like Liv has a box for what a show featuring
Mhm.
Liv has to look like. And at that time it was on the radio mainly, and it was like in this exact context. But what it has become is just so much fun. So tell people what
Yes.
they can expect to encounter with you when they participate in It's Not That Late with Liv.
Yeah. So, okay. There's a lot of great things out there, you guys, but I am someone who I was born with the gift of joy. And I don't think we laugh enough, or we're just entertained enough, or we just enjoy life enough. I happen to be a Catholic Christian. And in the Catholic world, we've got a lot of people who know a lot of really smart things. And they're like, da, 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 this is smart. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. And they write books and we know things. And I'm like, geez, I understand those things, but that's not my gifting. My gifting is to make people laugh, to make them feel wanted, to make them feel seen, which I think I spent a lot of time in my past not feeling. So always wanting external validation. When you turn on this show, which I think it's the best to watch on YouTube, to be honest, you can listen. You can listen on an app called Veritas app, or 1350 AM if you're in the Connecticut, New York area, or you can listen to any podcast platform, although it's a radio show, but it's a real production. And this is a real set. We have 4 cameras. I have wigs. We have different sketches. We do games. I want you to think about late night. Think about Carson and Lino and what you grew up with. But coming from a different perspective. And it's just to have fun again and reconnect the world, because there's so much out there. I don't need to tell you guys. Again, not toxic positivity, like nothing bad's happening in Afghanistan. No, yeah, it's bad. Or, this virus is, no, it's real. Okay, great. There's a lot of that. We know that. But what about we just gather together and we just have a blast, and we get to talk to really cool people and hear a different side of their story and laugh a lot and just be, ridiculous. That's what I'm bringing to the table. I'm kind of like, how like Diet Dr. Pepper is like the gateway to like all diet drinks. I'm the gateway. I'm bringing the people in. Okay. I'm the first guy in the relay race. I'm not Michael Phelps. I'm the first guy that dives in and just starts us off. So if you want to have a good time, it's every Thursday. Great episodes. Lisa's fantastic. I have real in-studio guests. And if you're in the Houston area, I have a live studio audience when I have a real live person. It's a blast. So that's my big thing. I'm just trying to make everybody have a great time. And remember, we all do still love each other. Like, that's it. That's my big shtick. So there you go.
It's a good one. What happens on the days, though, where you are just like, I'm in immense pain? And this is, again, what I witness about you. You will share online, I'm in immense pain, but then I'll watch you that same day put on a show. And so I just, again, like for anyone who is listening and wants an ounce of that faith, an ounce of that perseverance, like what advice would you give?
It's a choice. It's absolutely a decision. Everything is about intent. What are you have a lot more control and power in your life than the world would like you to believe, than your body would like you to believe, than your mind would like you to believe, than the tapes of your mother would like you to believe. Whatever it is that's holding you back or anchoring. I just presented this question to my social media audience the other day. I was 458 pounds. You've heard me say this 400 times now. Okay, that was okay. That was, I know, so dumb. That was literally a boundary I had created. I created a physical boundary. So I like to equate it to, that was a 450-pound weight around myself that kept me down, that kept me mediocre, that kept me basic, that kept me ordinary, that kept me not producing at my top, at my best. What is your 458-pound weight that's around your neck that's keeping you here when you could absolutely go here? Do you know what I mean? What is holding you back? And so it takes a little bit of you got to sit down and be really real with yourself. Talk about vulnerability with other people. The vulnerability starts with you. Be vulnerable with yourself. Look inside and say, where am I not? Or what am I stopping? what am I stopping? Because and what are those things? And then like I want you to visualize. I think in pictures. You're a little, you were on the Titanic and now you're on the little dinghy boat. Okay. And now the dinghy boat's taking on water. You're going to start shoving things out for that dinghy boat. You're gonna be like, well, this weighs 10 pounds. Get that out of here. Well, that's a kid. We can't do that. Okay. What about this chair? Okay. Throw that over, like whatever. You're going to start doing whatever you can to get the water out. Right. That's you. What is holding you down and back? And that's how you make the choice. And you're intentional about it. It can't be something you just think of. It can't be just something I heard. You know what, Lisa, this is it. I'll tell you what it is. Yeah. I heard this at a business retreat this last week that I was on. And this guy said, every day I'd wake up, I'd be like, I'm going to be a runner. I'm going to go running. And every night he'd be like, that didn't happen. I never went running. And he goes, I really started to feel really bad about myself. And I think we do this a lot, right? We set these goals. He goes, so I changed my environment. What can I do to put myself in a space to change the environment, to put myself in the best position so I don't self-sabotage and I do become that runner I want to be? Well, he said, I stopped eating dessert late at night. Let's be honest. We all love ice cream late at night, or maybe it's cake, or maybe it's chocolate, or maybe it's whatever. The kids go to bed and you're like, thank you, or maybe it's a glass of wine, whatever. But he said, but when I did that, I kind of didn't feel so great in the morning because my body was working on breaking down the dessert I had had. So my body had been working. I didn't rest as much. He's like, I'm not against dessert. It's just, when do you have the dessert? And then he said, I also made sure that I went to bed not at 1 a.m. I go to bed at a decent time. So I didn't wake up and I'm like, oh, like I don't want to run. And I'd have my shoes at the front door. Like, you see what I'm saying? He made intentional decisions. So I think, when I know that I'm in pain and I know I've got 4 shows to produce in a day, I make the choice. I make the choice to say, right now I'm working. I am working. That pain is with me all the time. So it's going to have to go here. Again, think of it like equating to your children or to whatever else is happening in your life, to your car that doesn't work in the front yard, or, your husband who you just got in a fight with last night, or your boss who is being really rude, whatever your 458 pound, whatever, anything is going on right now. I'm having recovery. I don't have time for that. I don't. And as long as I am making sure that I also am taking care of myself, I have to put myself in a safe space. I can't be like, well, I had 10-hour surgery. I'll be in the studio tomorrow. You do have to be real and gentle. But then, yeah, there comes a time where you have to make a decision and you have to intentionally decide, I'm choosing this. I'm in a safe space. I'm okay. I can do it. Does that make sense?
I think, yeah, one of the pillars of my new group coaching experience, Wealth Without Guilt, talks about defining success for yourself. And also the first one about just being super clear about who you are. Because I'm sure there are some people who are saying this or thinking to themselves, like, I would never want to produce or get in front of a camera on a live show right after, like I had surgery. But there are also people like yourself. I'm probably similar. Like, when I have a baby, I typically don't take too much time off. Like, I obviously I have a season where, like a couple days, if I'm being honest, where I'm kind of lying around, obviously. But I typically, it gives me more energy. It typically, I'm happier when I'm out and about and doing things with my kids almost immediately after. You strike me as similar, but it's like, there's this knowledge that has to come, a self-awareness that has to come from, where do I gain energy? And like, what does success look like for me? And also being okay to pivot, and again, I don't want people to think like, well, I have to be like Lisa and Liv and be so productive right after major surgery. No, but to also be like, there are things that actually can help in your healing, help in your mental health, help in that process, and that it might look different for everyone.
100%. I'm so glad you said that, because I'm not a runner. And I have a lot of girlfriends I have a girlfriend who has 9 kids and she runs every day. And, I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? So I'm so glad you pointed that out. Yes, everybody's studio or whatever, having whatever, it looks different for everyone. And I'm so glad that you said that. That is a very beautiful point.
I want to encourage anybody who might have questions for Liv, whether it be about comedy, whether it be about being risky and doing something like putting yourself in front of a camera and talking to people like so vulnerably. I think comedy is so vulnerable. So, you mentioned Jen Fulweiler. She was recently in Florida for one leg of her last tour, and I was able to drive up and watch her. And it's vulnerable. Like
It is.
when you get up there and try to
Mhm.
tell a joke,
Yeah.
and nobody laughs.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able to do something. Like I don't know what. I don't even know what. I don't think you could pay me to do that. I don't know. That is so scary to me. So tell me about what comedy is like for you. Is it similarly challenging, or are you just like, you're like, whatever, this is so
No, it is. It is even for me. And I have a natural wit. And, part of my persona was I was the funny fat girl forever. That's kind of how my story went. And so I am now taking classes with the American Comedy Institute in New York. So I Zoom and I'll be in New York for almost like 19 days. I leave next week. And I have the opportunity possibly to do my stand-up that I've been working on with them on a live stage in New York City. That makes me want to vomit. Like, I'm like, that sounds so scary. You know what I mean? And I do comedy on this show. I even did a stand-up monologue, Haley Stewart's episode for my new late night show. I do a 5-minute set, and writing clean comedy is hard. I got to be honest, because the other comedy is pretty easy to write, but clean comedy, something that's clean and make people laugh. And also it's not like I have a full studio audience, but that's either way. Like it's hard to be up there. There is a absolute vulnerability when you do comedy because you are leaving yourself on the stage and you're putting out there, I think this of myself. I think, because that's really what you're saying. I think I'm funny. I think this is worth you, whatever. And if the audience doesn't laugh at you, you want to die. Like you're like, what am I doing with my life choices? Like this is just awful. You have to have a fast turnaround. But think again about kids. Kids are brutal. You'll be like putting on your makeup or whatever, and your kid will come in and be like, you look ugly, mommy. And you're like, what? Why would you say that? Or this dinner tastes disgusting. I hate it. And you just spent like an hour making it. And you're like, my life is, why am I a mom? Like, So
what
I think
live
kids
what
prepare you
my
for comedy.
children constantly comment on my body. Like,
Oh,
mommy,
see?
your belly is so big. Like they'll
Right?
just say things like, my older children now say things like, I think you act more pregnant than you actually are. And I'm like,
Yeah.
kids, all y'all be quiet. Okay. Oh my
You're
God.
like, where are these kids' mom? When is she coming to pick them up?
Okay, we've got a live question for you. Janice says, I'm in Houston too. Where is your studio located? What part of Houston? Obviously, don't tell us your
I
home.
won't. I'm in the northwest part of Houston. So if you went to privately, when we do have a live studio audience, you can privately write, and we have a form on my website so that you can come be a part of the studio audience. I would love it. People have a blast. I have fresh brewed coffee. Sometimes we have food. No, I always have food. Listen, that's why I got to keep the chubby friends around. It's a fun time, and it's a blast. And yeah, listen, I really mean it. Life. Anybody could, I think, do comedy. Timing is what I think comes natural is timing. And that's really the piece of comedy. But life is there's lots of opportunities for humiliation. And I think that's why a lot of people are like, well, I wouldn't want to stand on a stage or turn on a camera and sit there and be vulnerable and say, I'm going to be, let's see if this joke lands, or let's see if this goes. There's always a lot of dead crickets. You just got to move on. So it's kind of like, oh, yay, just Janice, come see me. She says that she's in my part of Houston, but yeah, that's perseverance. It happened. It wasn't the best. I'm going to keep going. You know what I mean? You keep choosing the hard. Comedy's hard. Putting yourself out there is hard. That's perseverance. Starting a business is hard. Being a mom is hard. Being a woman is hard. Having your cycle every month is hard. I don't know. Pick a hard. It is, but some you get to choose and some you just bring with you. And ladies, I just want to say, any of you can do anything that we're doing, and your anything is going to look very different. I'm glad Lisa pointed that out. That's your goal and mission, is to find out, what are you supposed to be persevering at, right? You're not supposed to, I hope you're not having 13 surgeries like me, or, pregnant with your 9th kid, having a live conference. Lisa, I'm sitting here going like, what? I love it.
Again, like,
I love it.
it's so important. This is just such an important part of it. And it's the part that I hope people walk away from this experience with, that your unique call is your unique call. And it's okay that other people have their unique call. Like, and that is where I think we can burn the boxes, so to speak. Like,
Thank you.
you can burn any box that you might have. Like, I'm a stay-at-home mom, I'm a working mom, I'm a this kind of mom, and that there's this, whatever you want to call it, baggage that comes with that. Whereas, and it's funny. So Dr. Bradenbach, I have a really fun visual where I drew the boxes, and then she was like, okay, so you draw the boxes. That's like, well, that's the boxes we put ourselves in. And then she was like, on the other side of the box is the fear.
Yep.
Where you have to then go to this like of dependence on God. And then I was like, Janice, like, what's the shape? If it's not a box, what's the shape? And she was like, there's no shape.
Yeah.
And that's
I
the part
love
that is difficult. That's
I
the
love
part
that.
that's difficult for people. And
It
so
is difficult. It is.
So I think this is going to sound so bizarre. I know this is going to sound so bizarre, but I'm about to say it. Like, you truly inspire me to be shapeless. And I think it's the interesting thing with your personal history.
I like
with your body, you know, like,
Yeah.
to be very honest.
Yes.
I didn't really make that connection before right this second.
Yeah.
Like, you, and you've had your moments because I've walked with you in them.
Yes.
But you're like willing to kind of let your life take on the different shapes every single day. And I think we need more of that. So my final question
love
for
it.
you is, if someone is listening and they're like, game on, I want the no shape. You know, what can she do? What's one small thing she can do to like embrace the no shape?
The no I love that. I feel like you should have t-shirts now and mugs, and it says no shape, and all I'm seeing is like visuals of like fluid things like going into different shaped containers, you know, like water will take on whatever container it's in. I absolutely love that. Listen, I already mentioned it earlier, and I know it's going to sound like I'm just being repetitive or that it's cliche, but sometimes we have to hear things more than once. If you have a toddler, how many times have you said, don't touch that light socket? You know, like, is that a one-time thing? So I'm going to say this again, and I mean this. I think this is the absolute first step. You have to give yourself permission. There's somewhere in you that you are giving yourself a hard stop, whether it's a tape of an old teacher, maybe your third grade teacher who said, you know what, you have really cruddy handwriting. You shouldn't write people thank you notes or whatever, you know, so now you never write a note, or you're like, oh, I always really wanted to do really cool calligraphy like Ali Hoffman or stationery or whatever, but that's held you back. Like, I want you to think back to, what are these statements? Maybe it's your parents, maybe it's a grandparent, maybe it's a sibling, maybe it's just your next door neighbor who told you, wow, you're really bad at soccer, you should never go and play soccer. Or another mom. I had a mom who told me very young when I was in my motherhood, we don't want to hang out with you anymore because we are all fit and we like to jog together and talk about laundry, and you don't. Literally what she said, and I was kicked out of the moms group. I didn't fit that box for them. What I want to give you today is the permission to let those tapes go. Let that go. You give yourself the permission, and you know where the strength of that's going to come from? Because I'm a believer, it's going to come from God. But that is the first step. You've got to give yourself the permission to not have a shape, to not be that mom in that mom's group, or what your young brother used to think you were, or what your third grade teacher said, or the guy in, you know, the grocery line that said something horrible. I don't know, whatever it is, give yourself the permission to not have the shape. And I'm telling you, as dumb as that sounds, or as simple as that sounds, it truly unlocks something to then go into the next space that is necessary to get to the next part.
Liv, it is such a pleasure to hang out with you. I really want to encourage everybody to go and visit thelivharrison.com and watch your show. What day is your show on again? Remind me.
A new show releases every Thursday, but you know, this is what's so great about the world now. All the shows are on YouTube. All the shows, if you just want to listen, are on, you know, your favorite podcast app. So if you're new, binge it. This is the new, you know, right? Isn't that what the kids do these days? I think there's like 13 episodes now, but every Thursday there's a new one. and I'm working really hard at it. And hopefully one day I'll be doing them live on a stage and you can come watch a real live, like late night show. We'll fly Lisa out. So there you go, everybody. And I'm here for you just like Lisa is. And you don't have to do this alone. That's the other thing, Lisa. You can do only so much, but build a good support system. And Lisa was part of my support system. She's currently part of my support system. I didn't get here alone, is my point. I didn't do this by myself. When you gave birth to that baby, there were a lot of people in that room. So you're not alone. You can do this, build the right system. And that's what Lisa's offering. And just say yes. Just say yes. Lean in. Y'all, this is a great community to be a part of. A lot of women supporting women.
So wonderful. Liv Harrison, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. What a fun time. What we have here, these comments, BW says, I love that. Give yourself permission to let go of the tapes. And another word for tapes is what we saw earlier today with both Kathleen and with Ingrid. With Kathleen, I am maxed out of time. That's a tape. That's a thought. And with Ingrid's was so powerful. And I want to encourage you, if you weren't able to watch live the coaching sessions I did with these women, I can't find hers, but basically hers was, I feel trapped. That's a tape. Like, that is a tape. So in our time remaining, I want to answer any questions people might have live and in real time about Wealth Without Guilt. Janice, I hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome to Wealth Without Guilt. I'm so excited for you. That is so awesome. Congratulations on making that decision and taking your next step. So feel free, if you've got questions about Wealth Without Guilt, or you have any questions at all, I want to spend a little bit of time wrapping up this summit with your questions. And while you are typing your questions in the box, I want to share with you some of the other things that you can find inside of the Possibility Mom Conference or the Possibility Mom Business Summit. And if you didn't have time to watch everything this weekend, don't even worry, because you can grab the VIP pass, which will give you access to everything for life. So while we're here, while you're typing in any questions, and I mean any questions at all, questions about Wealth Without Guilt, questions about anything that you saw inside of the conference, let's just take a quick little tour of some of the talks that are available to you completely for free until tomorrow night at 11:59 PST. So we're giving everybody until past midnight for those of you on the East Coast, but midnight on the West Coast, completely for free. But if you aren't able to watch all of the videos, because there are a lot, if you're not able to watch them, you can totally upgrade to the VIP pass. So let's take a little quick peek at some of the talks. I've already talked about Megan Baker. She's got this incredible discernment flowchart that I want you to go and pick up. It is such a practical tool if you're trying to discern God's will for your life. We've got Devin, who is talking about having faith in the outcome of your life and business. Actually, Liv Harrison, this woman, Devin, watched Liv's talk on another summit we were a part of and was so impacted by it. So Liv, if you're here, I want you to go and watch Devin's interview. We've got Brooke Summers, who is talking about how to let go of control and trust God with your business. She has an incredible essential oils and natural skincare company. And then Elise Crawford Gallagher, who founded Ringlet. We're further talking about this concept of the labels and relying on your true identity. Tons of women talking about business. We got Taryn DeLong talking about why perfectionism is keeping you from the business and motherhood you are meant to have. You heard earlier from Raquel Rose from the Little Rose Shop, how she went from being a single mom to having a six-figure business, how you can integrate faith and family in your business. Matt and Erin Ingold, my personal coaches, the ones who have taken me on my own journey of making my mindset coaching a Catholic experience, how to overcome fear and self-reliance as a business owner. We go into things that I really struggle with myself personally. I could go on, but as you can see, there are so many. From Anne Associé, Why Vulnerability and Fear Are Essential for Entrepreneurs, Michelle Brown. We talk about why working out is like building a business. It's like one repetition at a time. I want to show while we're here, oh my gosh, the beautiful Jill Simons from Pink Salt Riot. One of the things that we have created together that I have not really shared with you yet is this Mom Dreams bundle. And so there are a bunch of really sweet products that we curated that all are in the mom kind of space, like this beautiful postcard. My prayer is that when my babies are grown, they will say, my mom lived her dreams and I was a part of that. There are this necklace here is so gorgeous. And it has a gorgeous saying on it. Let me see if I know who I am. So I want to, it literally says on it, I think it says on one side, I know who I am. I am his. I want to say it's something like that. Anyway, normally all of these products are $94 and you get this entire box for just $39. So I want to invite you to click on over to Jill's and take a look at that. We've got talks on procrastination, on positivity from Yashi Carrington. Mary Lenneberg shares her journey of being a speaker and how she had to pivot during the pandemic. As you can see, lots of stuff on work and family integration, your money mindset, and growth and scale. And I want to just pinpoint a couple of talks in this one. And Josh, can I trouble you? In the drawer over there is a box. Can you bring it to me? This is a new friend I made, Kelly Wynn. She is a handbag designer. And oh my gosh, she has agreed to let us offer as a giveaway something in this box. Oh my gosh, can I unbox this on camera without ripping my fingernails off? This is a beautiful mom who I've just met, and she built this business as just a passion. Like she just had a passion for handbags. And I want to share with you what we're giving away. Now you'll have to forgive me. I haven't made the post or anything yet, but I was like, let's just share it live and in real time. So we'll be giving this away on my Instagram shortly after the business summit ends. And it's just the coolest. Okay, so this bag, if you were to go to her website, it's like, I'm pretty sure like $300. I might be misquoting that, but what she has created is like, look at this. It's the stadium bag. So you know how when you go to a concert or go to an event, I don't know if you know this, but they no longer allow you to carry in bags. You have to have teeny tiny bags, like maybe just for your cell phone. Otherwise, you have to find a box to check it in, or you have to leave it at home. Sometimes people throw things out. It's like super sad. What she created is the clear stadium bag. And like, just look at how trendy and how fun. It's all jewelry grade. Like this is heavy. Like it's weighted. It is quality. But look how stunning. And she did it out of a need that she saw. She's an Ole Miss fan, for those of you who follow college football. And she just was witnessing that, you know, women wanted to go to these games and continue to stay like dressed up and all that. And so she created out of necessity in the middle or right before the pandemic, excuse me, these stadium bags. And so I just want to highlight that. So many other things to highlight as you are typing in your questions, either about wealth without guilt or about anything else that you have seen during the Possibility Mom Business Summit. Another thing I want to show you here is this interview I did with Whitney Ray. So there are a couple ways that you can start a business. I shared earlier the opportunity of joining the Women's School as a strategist and how that has changed things for me in my business, being able to use that tool essentially as a product. Another tool I want to bring to your attention is Beauty Counter. And I'm going to just be really honest. I share very, very vulnerably inside of this interview my hangups with starting a business with Beauty Counter. I had many. And in fact, the person who introduced me to Beauty Counter was Stephanie Weinert. And she had invited me not once, not twice, but basically 3 times over the course of a year. And I was basically constantly like, no, thank you. And as I share in this interview, there were quite a few things that happened that softened my heart to the idea of a business involving Beauty Counter. And one of them was the product. So I purchased some product. Like I just wanted to be very frank, I wanted to support some girlfriends here in the town that I live. And they were having a Christmas pop-up. And I was like, of course, I'm going to spend money with them. So I bought the product. And then I was like, oh man, this stuff is good. And then I bought more product. And I was like, oh man, this stuff is good. And then eventually I just was like, okay. And I remember sending Stephanie a voice memo, and it was like so reluctant. It was like, Stephanie, you win. I'm joining your Beauty Counter team. Tell me what to do next. And it was funny because she was like, Lisa, I don't want you to join because you want me to win. Like, meaning, like obviously I was being comical. She was like, you have to like want to do this. And I was like, no, I get it. I really love the product and I could see how I could do this. But I'll be honest with you. I didn't really believe, like there was no belief there. It was a long time before there was belief there. If you've kind of witnessed my journey, I only just started selling Beauty Counter like very intentionally, literally in the last literal 2 weeks. And it was partly in preparation for this interview. It was partly, I just was like, I got to give this a shot, or I want to give this a shot. And the results truly have been remarkable and surprising. And so I want to just encourage anyone who might be like, maybe something like Beauty Counter could be for me, to listen to this interview, because I peel back every single challenge, misconception, hang up I had around a business like Beauty Counter. And I've included right here below the interview a video Whitney created to bring in, to present the opportunity to people. And what is so funny about this interview, okay? So funny. She opens the talk with the question of, I was having a chat with someone who asked me the question, or made the statement, I don't even know what's possible with Beauty Counter. And that was me. So I want you to just sort of listen to this, knowing that I was the naysayer, that I was the person who was like, there is no way you can make money selling something like Beauty Counter online. And how in just a few short weeks, you can see the date of this video was September 8th. So we had just had the conversation. She was bringing the conversation anonymously here to this training. And in just a few short weeks, I am truly amazed at what intentional activity can do to earn you money. Okay, so I wanted to highlight that one. There are so many. I could highlight them all. Stephanie Aviso, Unlocking and Embracing Your Zone of Genius. Michelle Dunn, who is a Catholic strengths coach who has coached me personally in my strengths. Janae Franco on how to ditch perfectionism. We have New York Times, the person who wrote an article for the New York Times involving my family. It was about large families. Laura Vanderkam on time management. Amy Carney on physical and mental energy. Alyssa Tiprigan from Catholic Family Crate on why you need to put your phone down. This one, you guys, is so good. Like, look at the title: How to Build a Digital Business That Doesn't Rule Your Life. And again, I just like, and she went from dramatically feeling tied to her phone to feeling a sense of liberation and true like fulfillment outside of her phone, which is just remarkable because I know that's a fear that many people have. Okay. Questions. Here we go. Let us go to some of the questions. Okay, so do you get a copy of when you join Wealth Without Guilt, do you get a printed copy of my book? No, a book is not included in it, but I can confirm that the VIP pass is included. And if you've already purchased the VIP pass for this business summit, we will refund you. Just give me obviously a couple of hours, maybe days, maybe give me till Monday. And we will refund your VIP purchase. So don't worry about that. Okay. Do you offer the Metanoia Catholic Journal as part of your coaching program? That's a really good question. This offering does not include it, but it is a very, very valuable resource that I want to encourage you to go and check out. You can print the free pages off of their website if you want. And of course, you can buy the hardcover book. But no, at this time, the journal is not a part of this offering. Is this coaching program only for Catholic moms or for young married women who don't yet have kids? You know what? It is open to all. I actually already have people inside of Wealth Without Guilt who are not moms. So it is truly open for all. I speak to moms specifically because I know the pain of wanting to be a good mom and the very real pain of the divide of your time. And so that is why I have made this why my entire platform is so much about motherhood, just because it was my real area of great pain. But yes, you are welcome. And it is really, truly like, I'm very authentic about my Catholic life, like meaning it just comes out in every part of what I do. But it is truly open to anyone who is open to those messages. If you are open to the concept that God has a plan for your life and that when you involve him in that plan, your outcome is going to be a good one, then this coaching experience is for you. All righty. What else? Before we land this plane, I'm just going to look and see if there are any other questions. Feel free to post any other questions you might have. And yes, we will confirm after the show if you are one of the first 5, the beautiful Janice. And remember, it is just a really fun bonus that for the first 5 people who join today, you will get your first funnel built for you by a member of my team, and myself will be involved obviously in that as well. Here's where I want to land this airplane. It's the plane of possibility. It's the plane of possibility. It's the plane of knowing that you have a unique call. It's the plane of knowing that there is tremendous good that can happen when you trust God with that plan. And it really just takes imperfect action to get there. Yesterday, we talked about what to do, how to take action when you're scared. Today, I shared briefly about why the scarcity of time can be a superpower. We did in the live coaching sessions a lot of work around closing the gap between thought and action. But this is the thing that my coaching has really helped, like my own personal coaching has really helped me to understand, is that we can't stay in discernment forever. It's just a reality that eventually, and I can't tell you how long. I hate that I have to say it that way because I like just being told exactly what to do. But unfortunately, it's just not how this works. I can't tell you exactly how long. I think really, if you were to press me for an answer, the only person who might actually be able to tell you something definitively is if you have a Catholic spiritual director, if I'm not mistaken, and forgive me if I'm incorrect here, but I'm fairly certain that your spiritual director is on the hook for things. If they tell you to do something and they turn out to be wrong, they're on the hook for it. So there's a little bit of freedom in that, if you will. But if you're anything like me and love being told exactly what to do and how to do it, unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly. But eventually, you do have to come out of discernment and move. And you can act while still discerning. And I want to just give you a couple practical examples of what that looks like. For me, I had a lot of reticence around making my platform just a little bit more authentically Catholic, if you will. And maybe this is actually a great place to just pause and answer this question. How is the Wealth Without Guilt going to be different than the coaching program of the Women's School? The Women's School follows a methodology created by January Donovan, where she teaches in 22 lessons her own framework, her own rubric for what it looks like to live a life of sustained generosity and wholeness. And I run a coaching program called Motherhood Without Guilt. So I've basically got two pillars: wealth without guilt and motherhood without guilt. I run a whole group coaching experience around motherhood without guilt. And can you do both of them? Absolutely. They are similar in the sense that you're getting a authentic Catholic worldview from it. You are getting meaning the lens I am bringing as a coach is with a very authentic Catholic anthropology. I would say Motherhood Without Guilt is a bit more focused on human and spiritual formation for women. So, like, we're talking about your environment, we're talking about your marriage or your relationship, we're talking about your relationship with your family, your self image, your self worth, all of those kinds of concepts. The contribution is definitely part of it, but it's in the context of the arenas of a woman's life. But Wealth Without Guilt is very specific to the building of a business. But the mindset work is present in both. What they have in common is there's a lot of mindset work in both. There are women who do, I have some women who have signed up for both of them. So there are some women who want the extra. There's a lot of metanoia resources, metanoia Catholic resources. You gain access to the academy as well as the journal as a resource inside of Motherhood Without Guilt. And in Wealth Without Guilt, it's simply just more infused. So I hope that's helpful clarification. There are people who do both in my little corner of the internet. And so I want to invite you, if you are part of the other one, you are very, very welcome to join me over here. Okay. So one of the things that they teach is how you can take action while you are discerning. Meaning, and I'll just bring it back to my story. When I did my training with them, with Aaron and Matt Ingold, I was feeling this call, this very specific tug that I wanted to just be a bit more explicit and a bit more. It's not that I was being dishonest before, but I just wanted to kind of give the whole pie, if you will. And the whole pie for me was putting Jesus at the center of personal transformation. Before I had definitely, I don't know, mentioned it, but it was more accessible to all, and I had clients of all backgrounds. But I really was just starting to feel this pull to be very just authentic is the word I keep coming back to. And the response I got was insane. It was just beautiful and so inspiring and so affirming. And people were writing me messages like, this is what I always thought you were meant to do. And I was kind of wondering why you never did it this way. And messages like, this is such a beautiful gift. Like you're this is such a good use of your gifting. And anyway, but I was, gosh, like I was so scared. And I don't really know. I'd have to do a little bit more thought work. I mean, I know some of the things because I did have to unpack them with my coach, but there was a lot of fear. There was a lot of fear. I was really worried about what people were going to think. And there were some people who came back with kind of like, meh, like I wish, there were some comments that were not as enthusiastic about as the majority of the comments. But my point here is that even if you're scared, yes, it is a little bit of willpower to do it anyway, but that eventually you do just have to trust. And there is, a quote in scripture about, thy word is a lamp unto my feet. And I don't like it when it's like that, meaning I just want to take that lamp and instead of pointing at my feet, I want to point it up. And I just want it to be more of like a flood lamp as opposed to a teeny tiny lantern. Let's flood the area with light and show me the entire path. But again, this is a reality that we cannot fight with. And when we try to fight with reality, we do not win. So sometimes the plan that God has for you feels more like a light to your feet, a lamp to your feet, teeny tiny, where you only see the next step. I would say that was my entire last 2 years up until more recently. And more recently, I feel like God has started to just sort of like tilt, and show me like, actually, no, like you can run full force into this now. And I'm going to be there with you. I'm the breath in your lungs as you run towards this, towards this. And that's what I want for you. It requires the same actions. When you think about it, you can run with a lamp and it's super scary, but like you could still do it. I want to help you take that next step, whether you can see clearly the path ahead of you or not. I want to help you get out of feeling trapped, like Ingrid was feeling earlier, and into a place of excitement and abundance. So whether or not you are joining me inside of Wealth Without Guilt, or our journey is going to end at the end of the Possibility Mom Business Summit, I just want to invite you that it doesn't have to end at all. Just that we can continue wherever it is in your own journey of feeling ready to invest in your development, invest in your business, that we can be friends along the journey, that we can link arms, that we can be an army of possibility mamas open to God's will for their lives. Thank you for spending some time with me in this live event. You still have so much time to watch all of these pieces of content for free. And you can go and grab your free pass at thepossibilitymomconference.com. And you can also grab the VIP experience if you know that you don't have time to watch the conference any longer. If you've got any other specific questions about Wealth Without Guilt, feel free to drop into my inbox or send me a DM at Lisa Canning, and I will get back to you just as soon as I can. Thank you again, and cheers to embracing possibility, designing a beautiful life for you and your family, and just know I am always in your corner.